I'm going to give everyone a couple more minutes, I think, so we can, for the sake of a few minutes, let's so everyone is online for a start about 5 past. So give everyone just a few more minutes. Right. Good morning, everybody. It's now 5 past start time. So hopefully anyone who was having a hiccup or was running a bit late, they've joined us. My name's Tony Glenville. I'm a fashion writer and a trends analyst, and I'm afraid I'm going to be constantly jumping in and out during the day to welcome people and to help us progress through an amazing day. I'd just like to say a few words about the AFBE as well. Adam has very thoughtfully put up the first notes which tell you about us and how we were formed in 2023. And this is our fourth presentation. This is the fourth year we've assembled to show brilliant work by a range of students, demonstrating research, invention, curiosity, creativity, and enthusiasm, plus that all-important ability to present and sell their ideas. In a world obsessed with AI and technology, and where many people believe students are unable to communicate and lack commitment, AFBE Fashion demonstrates quite the contrary. In a business that's embedded very much in the real world and deeply affected by politics, culture, and economics, reality truly bites fashion at all levels, from luxury to charity shop and from designer boutique to the clothing area of a supermarket. Today we're going to see how the next generation deal with this, how they view the fashion business and its challenges, and where their creativity will lead us in the future of the fashion business. I wish everyone a wonderful day, and I know from my own experience, my attention will never flag. Right, I'm going to now start to share my screen and wish me luck. This should be fun. Presenter mode. Ah, I think I know what I'm doing.
Tony, we can see your screen, but we can't see your slides yet, just so you know.
I know, well, they're supposedly coming up, but they're being extremely slow. Don't ask me why. Aha. I promise you it'll be worth it. Right. Can you see now?
Yeah, got it, Tony. Thank you.
Got me. Okay. Hello, my name's Tony Glenville, which I've already told you several times. And right. So, come on. Right. I'm going to talk about fashion now, some pointers and thoughts in no specific order of importance. The biggest thing for us all is that fashion changes, and change is what fashion by definition is all about. And one of the first things to look at is the rise of the strong, quiet fashion story. The idea of that quiet name, the quiet brand, quiet designers, and quiet labels and campaigns, everything all the way through, playing down what's going on rather than talking up everything. Although there's a lot of talk about more extrovert fashion coming forward, this still is not the biggest and the key story. And what's interesting is that brands like Sandro and COS, as well as Loro Piana and Brunello Cucinelli, are all benefiting from this new fashion movement. Based on 2026 fashion trends, men are shifting towards quiet luxury, classic tailoring with comfortable streetwear, and so on. All these things that we already know are being consolidated, and they're becoming more important, not less important, as far as the business is concerned. And when you look at a lot of imagery now, it's hard to know what season it is, even within the last year or so, what year it is. Why it remains strong, according to AI, is the consumer shift, long-term shift in consumer values, discretion over display. Many people who are well off are not actually looking at this extraordinary lavish spending. They're looking at investing their money, and it remains really significant and evolving. It's working with brands like Jacquemus, Chanel and the Row, but what it doesn't do is doesn't make exciting news. And from the point of view of a lot of fashion people, it's not where their heart lies, because it's very difficult to keep talking about the sweater, the jacket, the pleated skirt. So the consumer it items that, for example, IT shot up for me was a stand collar jacket from Saint Laurent, a Chanel bag, the quarter zip sweater, etc. It wasn't telling me about anything exciting about huge changes. And in lots of ways, this creative fashion is maybe out of fashion, and lovely typo, the fashion business, luxury business needs to sell to survive. This is history. What Alexander McQueen did at Givenchy and what John Galliano did at Dior would be impossible in the current economic climate, but also in terms of political and global structure of wars, economics, everything. It's the wrong time for anyone to be making their money in this sense. What I love here is that one is Tom Ford at Gucci and one is Demna at Gucci. One of them is selling an amazing velvet suit and the other one is selling a short sleeve polo shirt and a pair of leggings. They're looking at fashion in very different ways. But what remains important, and this is something that students are very, very aware of coming through, is that they need to tell a story. Communication through engagement is still absolutely vital. And the role of the designer is no less important, but they're having to work in a lot of different ways. And if you look at Mathieu Blaset at Chanel and J.W. Anderson at Dior, they're not just about the clothes and the collections. It's about everything. It's the package and the narrative. Sustainability has changed dramatically, and the Times today has already said that the aim for Burberry on their sustainability has shifted by nearly a decade into where they're planning to go. And it's not that it's disappeared, but the emphasis has changed very much about evidence-based compliance to combat greenwashing, legislative action on traceability. There are a lot of other things rather than just the way we started thinking about sustainability that are as important but different, and different angles on sustainability. So don't think it's gone. It's important to divorce wild or attention-grabbing creativity from sales. If you imagine that Chanel has approximately 250 standalone fashion boutiques and all the other franchises and so on, it has to sell product to sustain those. So selling a more classic product or a more desirable product at every level has become incredibly important. So it's also things like the biggest intersection of fashion and luxury this year is a £4 billion buyout of Kering Beauté by L'Oreal, which gives them all these amazing opportunities with Gucci and so on. But that is all part of this story, as how business is working, how Kering are desperately worried about fashion and fashion sales. And this is part of something that we all have to be aware of. So craft and skills remain at the heart of luxury, but are more and more important in all fashion products. And also please look at interiors and food to see how important that craft and skills remains. AI talks about exceptional craftsmanship, quality materials, heritage and storytelling, exclusivity and scarcity. So all those things we know, but that's also part of how the rest of the business is also beginning to look at how they're selling. Luxury fashion is needed, but it can't just exist in a vacuum anymore. It cannot just be amazing trains coming into stations a la John Galliano. It has to sell product. We also need to look at vintage secondhand pre-loved. Jane Birkin's original Birkin sold for something like $10 million. And Vinted has really revolutionized so much to do with secondhand and pre-loved clothes. And collaborations. How do you up a brand, the instant hit, the limited edition story, the collaboration that grabs everyone's attention? I'm bitterly disappointed in the Zara collaborations, which often don't deliver the entire collection. That when it first launches, I get all excited and I go on at whatever hour of the day or night it is. But when I actually analyze it, a lot of it is not actually ever produced. And there's also some very strange fabrications and quality control. Nobody hardly noticed this particular one, but for 5 minutes, it grabs everyone's attention. And all these, Stella, Cecily, Victoria, JW, Mark, Wyeth, all these people are doing all these collaborations. It's also interesting how social media has changed. I asked the AI, is it now more interesting to get hits than followers? And the answer is yes. Where we once wanted 80 million followers to say to everyone, this is the number of followers. Now all the people I work with as a fashion writer want to know how many hits my image of their show gets. So that's all changed. There's also change where we think it's changed, but it isn't really. Chloe Mal is not the replacement of Anna Wintour on American Vogue. She has a very different title and she is still under Anna Wintour. So we need to read the small print and we need to read the story carefully and check our facts. And print, which lots of people think is not working, is still working for a lot of magazines that I work with. And I work with both print and online. And the ambition for my online magazines is to go into print. So it's very, very important to keep aware of what changes and what isn't changing, like PR. PR's exclusive one-way messaging is no longer the one thing and only working, as they always have in the past, with the big glosses like Vogue or Harper's Bazaar is not where their heart is anymore. Plus, most of the fashion PRs also work with someone that does interiors, that does accessories, that does something else. Check your facts, don't allow your personal opinion to sway your professional approach is something I'm very guilty of. I don't love what Sarah Burton does at Givenchy, but the response commercially is very good. I hated the awful Met Gala, but in actual fact, it achieved exactly what it was meant to do. And it's not my personal opinion whether it was a success or not, it's whether it actually was a success, which I have to check out. So it's not about being right or wrong, it's about being informed. It's about knowledge is power. It's about that knowledge is still only potential power if it's used well. And is real action in business still vital as opposed to AI? And the answer is unresoundingly yes. That in spite of what the popular press, whether it's the Times or it's, the Mail, this belief that AI is the answer to everything is certainly not true as far as our business is concerned. And so looking forward, the idea that Lias started these amazing live projections of fashion shows to get real people all together in the space is still incredibly viable. And the idea that we want to go and see Taylor Swift, not just record her on our mobile phones, is not what AI would tell us, but the reality is people still matter. So that's it for now. Future talks later in the day. I will now come out of this, hopefully, and come back to the day. Now watch me get this all wrong.
Thanks, Tony. That was really insightful and thought-provoking as always. Just want to skip back a couple of slides, if possible, just to highlight our participating universities today and our sponsors and the agenda, if that's okay.
There we are. Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention also all our founding members and our participating members today, and to welcome them all. I'm going to ask each student as they begin their presentation just to announce their name themselves, and also to mention and name their college, so we know that from them themselves. And I think we're about to go into our very first awards. And we're not too badly on time, I think. We're getting into the right sort of timing. I was as quick as I possibly could be because I know the important part of the day are the student presentations. We're about to start with the Industry Fashion Award for Innovation. And I'm going to ask Loretta to introduce herself, and she's going to be looking at the presentations by the 4 students, May, Neil, Ria and Eddie, and I'm going to let them now do the hard work. Thank you very much.
You're on mute.
Hi everybody. Thank you for the kind introduction, Tony. It's always a pleasure for me to speak to the students and hear about their projects. I always feel very humbled by it because I was never as talented as you at your age. Before we get started, nice little story. I have literally just employed the winner of this award from 2024. She starts at my company on the 22nd of June. So therefore it's always I am always on the hunt for talent, and I was so impressed with her that we gave her a job. So there you are. It's always worth doing a good job here, because you just never know. Very much looking forward to seeing you all and to hearing about your fantastic projects. So I'm going to let you fire away. I'm excited. Thank you.
Hi, I'm May and I'm from Birmingham City University.
Hi May, nice to meet you.
Hi. Today I'm going to be talking to you about my project, The Social Network. So the social network is a PR agency that I've created that focuses on building relationships with Gen Z and millennial consumers by creating event campaigns that focus on improving their social well-being. So a couple of the key drivers behind this idea are a current lack of consumer trust. So at the moment, currently over half of consumers feel a sense of grievance towards government and business. This idea that we are just a way of making their money. They don't really understand the consumer. However, consumers who are emotionally connected to a brand are more valuable to them and more likely to engage with them online and across social media. Separately but not completely irrelevant is this idea of a loneliness pandemic. So at the moment, nearly a quarter of young adults say that they feel frequently or always lonely. And this brings me on to the idea of kind of social well-being. So social well-being is the act of having meaningful relationships and feeling like you belong to someone. And this has impacts on long and short-term physical and mental health. So this is what the social network is trying to work on. Basically, if a brand can create an experience that leaves a consumer or an individual feeling lifted, then they become a more loyal and trusted consumer. This can also be reflected through digital marketing online. The idea that if people who are engaging with your content can see that a brand is doing something meaningful, they will also go on to be a more trusted consumer. So as part of Creative Realization, I created a campaign for Elf Cosmetics, which looked at a dinner party for International Women's Day and their female consumers, allowing them to kind of meet and socialize. If you look into the right corner here on the screen, you can see the floor plan that was created. This was created in collaboration with an interior architecture student. So we looked at a number of different floor plans and kind of table layouts and saw which ones best prioritize socialization between guests and which would best kind of build on the social well-being aspect and consumer trust, which is basically what the social network aims to be doing as a brand. So this is kind of the idea of the social network and how it aims to build on consumer trust. Thank you.
Thank you. I love this. We also have the industry.beauty as well, so I'm interested across both fashion and beauty, and it's such an important topic, May, and it's such a great business idea. So thank you for explaining it to me.
Thank you.
Hi, Neil.
Hello, everybody. My name is Neil. I'm from Salford University, and I'm going to speak to you today about my company, Threadwise. Threadwise is a design-led consultancy or design-led sustainability consultancy. The aim of Threadwise is to make sustainability accessible for SMEs and emerging fashion brands, simplify complex legislation into practical action, support ethical and circular business practices, create a design-led and approachable consultancy model using an analog toolkit. Our methodology for developing the business was primary and secondary research into sustainability legislation and SME challenges. I interviewed Annabelle Lindsay, who is the brand and communications manager at Circuit in Manchester. Circuit actually offer a very similar service to Threadwise, but to companies of all sizes, don't have a focus specifically on SMEs and startups. They also offer a digital, not an analog toolkit. I also interviewed Kemi Badabo of Badabo Clothing. Kemi won a competition on the BBC for designers, and she operates a circular and sustainable fashion brand. And she uses Circuit to make sure that she stays up to date with legislation and reduce their carbon footprint. I also took extensive competitor analysis, and one of the key parts of the project was developing this analog toolkit. which would allow me to go into a company and help them better understand their position and how Threadwise can help them. My findings are that SMEs often lack access to affordable sustainability guidance. Accessing existing consultancy models like Qantas are heavily corporate and compliance focused. Sustainable legislation for somebody who wants to simply just design clothes is perceived as complex and overwhelming, and found that fines are only a deterrent for people who can't afford to pay them.
That's true.
The people that fines that are going to affect moving forward in the fashion industry are going to be SMEs and startups. Imagine yourself being a new designer or bringing a fashion label to the market and being crippled by a fine that you didn't even know existed. So this really highlighted a gap in the market for a design-led consultancy operating a supportive toolkit like Threadwise. So my recommendations moving forward is to develop my analog toolkit into a scalable product system. I want to expand into workshops and educational partnerships, as I feel we need to educate people from a grassroots level when it comes to sustainability and legislation. Being someone who's been in the corporate world and as a mature student, I know it's far easier to implement processes in the cradle than in the grave.
Yeah.
I want to introduce a supporting digital mobile platform for my toolkit, and I'd love to position Threadwise and Manchester as a long-term sustainability partner for SMEs and startups.
Yeah.
So thank you for listening to my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions later.
Yeah, thanks. I loved it, Neil. Thank you very much.
you.
You made me smile as well as informing me, because you're quite right. A lot of the large companies just find that the cost of implementing legislation is greater than the fine, so they just take the fine. And for younger or smaller companies, they can't do that. So having somebody that can prevent that from happening in the first place in an accessible and affordable way, I think is vital. And it's nice it's Manchester based as well, because there's so much happening again in Manchester when it comes to, I think the centre of gravity of fashion is shifting back to Manchester again, and I think it's lovely that there's somebody there that can help those young brands. Well, there will be somebody there, I hope. Help those young brands to do the right thing from the start, as you say. Easier to do at the cradle than the grave, right? So it's a much needed solution. So well done you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually sat on a panel talk last Thursday, and it was to discuss Manchester's position with regards to sustainability and how we can make a bigger difference. So yeah,
it's quite nice. I think it's a sort of full circle thing, isn't it? Because it was a manufacturing base, and it's quite nice to maybe position the city as that, experts in sustainable manufacturing. So it's great.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It. Hi, Ria.
Hi.
Where are you? There you are. Hello.
Hello.
Far away. I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ria Nemhard from UAL's London College of Fashion, and today I'll be talking about Sarkin. Sarkin is a health-based fashion guidance app designed to help individuals with sensitive skin make more informed clothing decisions. It sits at the intersection of digital health and fashion, bridging a gap that is currently overlooked within both industries. Sarkin aims to transform confusing and fragmented clothing guidance into a more accessible and preventative and personalized experience for users. The idea of Sarkin came from recognizing a frustrating and often invisible challenge faced by people with conditions such as eczema and skin sensitivities. As someone who has faced eczema myself all my life, this is something I personally relate to and still experience today. It highlighted how difficult it can be to find clear, trusted, and practical guidance when making clothing decisions. For many individuals, buying clothes becomes a process of trial and error. People often don't know which fabrics, dyes, garment finishes may irritate their skin until after they've already spent money on something uncomfortable. Advice online is often generic, resources are fragmented, and purchasing decisions become reactive rather than preventative. Importantly, both primary and secondary research highlighted a clear lack of practical and trusted solutions currently available. Through industry interviews and customer insights, participants expressed frustrations about navigating clothing choices and the limited guidance available beyond trial and error. Research also reinforced the importance of clothing supporting skin health rather than exacerbating irritation, highlighting that there is an opportunity to make a preventative and evidence-informed solution. And this challenge is more significant than many people realize, as in the UK alone, 1 in 5 children and 1 in 10 adults actually affected by eczema, highlighting the scale of people who may struggle with clothing-related irritation and uncertainty. At the same time, consumer behaviours are shifting, with about 79% of Gen Z and millennials prioritizing wellness, creating a growing demand for more personalized and preventative solutions. And this is where Sarkin fills the gap in the market. Rather than just being another fashion app or another health platform, Sarkin acts as the bridge between the two industries, bridging together evidence-informed guidance, technology, and personalization to help users make more confident clothing decisions. The platform works through a simple but impactful customer journey, starting here on the left. The users begin with an onboarding where they can personalize the app based on their skin concerns and preferences. Then they are brought to a simple and minimal homepage designed to make information feel more accessible rather than overwhelming, as eczema has no age, so this is for all consumers. And one of the core innovations is the garment scanner, which is where users can scan clothing labels and receive a suitability rating based on fabric composition and skin needs. Rather than leaving users confused, Sarkin provides a clear and understandable guidance to support better purchasing decisions. And beyond this, Sarkin also includes a digital journal, helping users track clothing patterns and better understand what works for their skin over time, alongside an educational platform providing concise and evidence-informed content from real-life professionals, and a community platform allowing users to connect with others facing similar experiences. So it helps reduce feelings of uncertainty and isolation. Ultimately, Sarkin is about shifting people away from frustration and uncertainty and towards more confident, preventative decision-making, because fashion should feel comfortable and confident, not like uncomfortable and excluded or anxious at all. So through Sarkin, my goal is to create a future where individuals with sensitive skin feel empowered to make clothing choices that truly work for them. So let's build a future where clothing chooses you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I remember this resonated with me because I've got psoriasis and I have the same problem. I put something on and then I want to pull it straight off again because it just doesn't take very much to irritate the skin, does it? So I think this is an excellent initiative, and this is a beautiful presentation, by the way, and how you've managed to distill it into one slide is incredible. And I like the journey that people can go on, and it feels like you've thought about this in a completely holistic 360 way. And what I liked about this as well, as I think this application can extend beyond your particular use case, because
definitely
there are things like performance of fabrics, all sorts of things. Maybe somebody who's into sport can have an app like this that helps them understand whether or not that particular garment will work for them for that activity or whatever it might be. So you've got something here that I feel like you could start with the application that you've outlined, which is a great one, but it's got potential to scale in many other ways. It's a really nice idea and a nice, very, very beautifully presented. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. You do present it very well. All these little messages. Thank you. Eddie? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Hello.
I'm Edie. I'm from
Edie.
University.
It's nice to meet
you. Hi, nice to meet you.
I have Eddie as a daughter, so I wasn't quite sure.
I get it a lot.
Yeah.
So this is my project on spectacle as resistance. I was inspired by very human-based problems of people around me that were very tired of copy and paste culture. I wanted to create space and strategy for maximal self-expression and identity reclamation, especially uninterrupted by the mainstream and by digital flatness. This problem I saw came from statistics of around 91% of people feeling the need to escape more minimal ideals, as well as from primary research finding individuals find it difficult to steer away from the the digital loop and find spaces with difference.
Mm.
I then drew insights to kind of navigate this project in which my dedicated consumers find imagination in more excessive things, or things that hold more unusual or chaotic attributes that make them feel more alive and a part of something bigger. However, brands are really trying to appeal to more of they're trying to deliver to more of a mass appeal. So people are really struggling to find escape in culturally rich forms. The opportunity that I saw that lay in this was the fact that throughout history, excess, humour and theatricality have been used in performance and live experiences to really challenge societal norms, as well as of recent years, them ranking at an 8.2 out of 10, and this is constantly inclining in terms of popularity, people really engaging with that, especially surrounding historical archetypes. I therefore thought that the use of these performance attributes and frameworks could be used to celebrate maximal self-expression as a real disruption from the everyday, specifically using subversion to break down social hierarchies and lean into individuality and excess and expression. I came to this conclusion from my primary research, specifically around qualitative interviews with members of the maximal community. I did this throughout my report progress and saw and tried to implement how people associate themselves with maximalism, what they really class as it in its authentic form. I spoke to different maximal designers as well as minimal designers on the other scope of things, my target demographic of a curious consumer and different influencers. I then undertook lots of ethnographic research where I went to different performances, different circuses, and did lots of observations of audience reactions, really gauging how they immerse themselves in certain situations, how it makes them feel, and how I could implement that in my recommendations and solutions. I then knew I wanted to collaborate with a brand, specifically Charles Jeffrey Loverboy, as they are so authentically maximal, and they really are, throughout time, have got a communal fan base and really deliver to people who want to express themselves in their life. And I spoke to them on how to engage with their consumer as well as new consumers and how they like to promote their authentic storytelling. I then finalised this with community polls, speaking to performing artists to really maintain that thread of accuracy when speaking about performance. Yeah. My recommendation from this is an immersive collaborative event with Loverboy, as this creates space for audiences to engage in that uninhibited self-expression. I have designed some prototypes of how this could look in terms of scale and location, as well as floor plans. This I wanted to show reviving those historical archetypes through contemporary fashion and performance, really looking at the history of the circus through my design style and my graphic layouts, and then knowing that with my curious consumer, the marketing strategy had to play into this, had to play into the tactile side of things, knowing that from my primary research, people want to source information themselves. So knowing it had to be in person, non-digital, utilising information gaps to really generate intrigue and cultural conversation and make people feel a part of something bigger and able to express themselves in any way they feel fit.
Yeah. Oh, it's fantastic. I hope it happens.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it in real life. I really would. It was really nice to see your submission, Edie, because it was just something out of the ordinary, and it's so lovely to see in a world. I'm a minimalist dresser. I'm completely the opposite to this, but I so appreciate people that feel comfortable and they shouldn't have to feel brave, but they do have to be brave to express themselves as they wish. And it's just so refreshing in a world of homogeny to see somebody presenting an opportunity for individuality. And I just think that's it's just so nice to see you doing that. And also it's very nice to see you doing it as an in real life project as well. Bringing people actually together properly is just wonderhul, and Loverboy is incredible. Such a talent,
really amazing.
Such a talent, and I would be delighted to see your vision brought to life. I wish you the best of luck with it, and
Thank you very much.
and well done for picking something that I just wasn't expecting to see. You know, it's really nice.
Thank you.
I might wear some colour today in your honour, but you know,
yeah, I've come in white.
Might
It's
go
not very
crazy.
fitting.
I'm not sure I've got any, but I'll try. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. You're also articulate and so intelligent and dedicated. And every time I come and listen to the students on this presentation day, I feel like I know nothing, but I also feel like the future is in great hands. And also incredibly inspiring as well to have Neil here as well, because it goes to show that you can have a career and then take those learnings and start a new career. And that again just makes me feel very inspired. I'm going to go away and have a chat to my colleagues and have a think about this, but I want to thank Anthony always for inviting me along to listen to you. And who knows, I may employ another one of you at some point in time. I hope whatever happens, you end up with good roles in the industry, because you will deserve it. But thank you, and good luck for the rest of your day.
Thank you, Loretta.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much indeed. We're going to move on to the next category, but I'd like to also say thank you to May, Neil, Ria and Edie. We're now going on to the Commercial Strategy Award with Next, and I'm going to let Lucy Wilding introduce herself and her 4 presentations by Amy, Kim, Jess and Natalie. Thank you.
First of all, can I just say that all the work I viewed in this category was fantastic. I am an ex-university lecturer, so I've looked at a lot of work in my time in my previous incarnation, and it really did stand out to me. All of the projects I viewed, I thought showed really thorough research and a real kind of clear direction with the project work. So well done. You could really see the hard work that gone into them. So currently at Next, I am a senior creative coordinator in the photo studio. So what that means basically is I oversee and coordinate all our model shoots. So we have an in-house studio here at Next where we shoot all of our, we don't like to call it e-com, but our day-to-day product. So anything that's not shot in a expensive location is shot here with us. So I'm responsible for the creative direction of the studio work, for the styling, overseeing and signing off all of the styling that makes it onto the website, coordinating models, model scouting, and we shoot up to 15 shoots plus a week. So we're doing 3 shoots a day. So it's a huge beast, an ever-rolling beast in terms of the speed that we're working at and the volumes we're turning out. So lots to do, very busy, lots of different kind of people to coordinate, from photographers to stylists to hair and makeup artists to art directors. Yeah, so that's what I get up to on the day-to-day.
Thank you, Lucy. I think we're ready. Are we ready with Amy? Right.
Perfect.
So, hi everyone, I'm Amy and this project is Phase Active. So Phase Active is a women's activewear concept designed around the reality that women's bodies change throughout the menstrual cycle, yet the majority of current activewear brands continue to offer a one-size-fits-all solution. So the project began by identifying a gap in the market through consumer research, both primary and secondary. And I found that 70% of girls avoid exercise when menstruating, and 83% of women feel that current activewear doesn't adequately meet their needs, both hormonally and physically. So for me, this highlighted not only a consumer demand, but also a commercial opportunity. Whilst many brands are beginning to focus on inclusivity, wellness, very few are addressing menstrual health during their product innovation. So the target consumer for Phase Active is a Gen Z female who regularly participates in gym, Pilates and health and well-being. She values products that solve her problems and is willing to invest in products that align with her lifestyle and values. In terms of the USP for Phase Active, It is a cycle-specific strategy. So rather than competing with established activewear brands such as Gymshark and their aesthetics alone, Phase Active differentiates through functionality. So each product is designed for a specific phase of the menstrual cycle. So it adapts to varied symptoms throughout the menstrual, ovulation, follicular, and luteal phase. And the varied symptoms are experienced throughout the month, like pain, bloating, and changes in exercise motivation. And it also uses menstrual-friendly fabrics that are certified, which means they do not contain any endocrine disrupting chemicals. So commercial viability was a key focus throughout this project, and I developed a full range plan, website development, and a costing strategy to ensure that the concept could operate realistically in the activewear sector. So products are positioned in the accessible premium market between £26 and £60 and balance quality, innovation, and affordability for a Gen Z consumer. The costings demonstrate a healthy margin between 50 and 50% across the range, which allows the business to remain profitable whilst also offering competitive pricing compared to its competitors like Modibody and Wooker, but also operates at a lower price point than another competitor like Sweaty Betty. There's a mix of core and fashion products, which creates opportunities for repeat purchases throughout the year and increase a lifetime value. From a strategic perspective, the concept benefits from strong scalability. So whilst the initial range focuses on activewear, the same cycle-aware approach could be applied to underwear and swimwear and even pregnancy wear, which would create additional revenue streams and also strengthen brand loyalty for consumers as well. In terms of long-term growth, partnership opportunities would benefit Phase Active in order to create a wider ecosystem around women's health. So, for instance, partnerships with Flow App would give consumers more of an idea of what exercise they should be doing during their menstrual cycle, and then in turn, what activewear they should be wearing to best support them. So ultimately, Phase Active demonstrates how a genuine consumer insight can be transformed into a commercially viable business. It combines market demand, strong margins, and future growth potential to offer strategic solution to an underserved area of the activewear market. Thank you.
Well done, Amy. That's a really clear slide, I think. I think you've got your research laid out really clearly. And as someone that spends a lot of time looking at activewear, mostly to sit in my house in, if I'm honest, but looking at it, you've definitely identified a gap in the market because it is quite a saturated market, like you say. So it's a hard one to infiltrate. But I think that this definitely does something that I personally haven't seen. So I do think you have clearly utilised your research well to identify something that does, as you say, look scalable and look viable as a business.
Thank you.
Well done.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Kim.
So I just want to double check you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Perfect. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Clark, and today I'll be presenting my final major project, the Nike Future Play. Nike Future Play is a digital marketing campaign designed for Generation Alpha children aged from 6 to 13. The concept combines physical activity with digital experiences to create something that is engaging, creative, and meaningful for both children and their parents. Starting with the left side of my poster, I identified a key problem within the market. There's a decline in youth physical activity alongside increasingly screen-based lifestyles. At the same time, the sportswear market is highly saturated, making it difficult for brands to stand out. From this, my insight was that Generation Alpha does not separate digital and physical experiences. They are motivated by play, creativity, and rewards, whilst parents act as key decision makers and prioritize safety, structure, and developmental value. To support this, I conducted both ethnography and narrative inquiry with parents. This helped me understand not only children's behavior, but also parental expectations around safety, education, and value, which directly informed my campaign design. My target consumer, therefore, is Generation Alpha, with parents acting as co-decision makers. This dual audience is key, as the experience needs to be engaging for the child whilst also being trusted and valued by parents, which leads into my solution, Nike Future Play, a gamified, experience-led ecosystem where movement is transformed into creativity and rewarding outcomes. Looking at my internal and external analysis, Nike has a strong brand equity and digital capabilities, particularly through platforms like Nike Sneakers app and Nike Run app, and so on and so forth. However, there's a clear opportunity to strengthen engagement with the younger audiences through more immersive, experience-led strategies. The wider market also shows growth in digital native consumers, but lack a truly interactive brand experience. My overall aim is to reposition Nike as a leader in experiential retail by creating an immersive ecosystem that increases engagement, builds long-term loyalty, and connects with Generation Alpha at an early age. To support this, my objectives focus on developing and piloting the concept within a key urban retail space, integrating both physical and digital touchpoints, and increasing engagement through participation and interaction. Moving to the center of the poster, this is where my key artifacts and experiences are shown. The campaign is built around move zones, which are physical pop-up spaces where children complete challenges and earn rewards through movement. These rewards can be then used in Lego Build Station, where children transform their activity into creative outputs, adding a developmental and imaginative element. The experience is extended digitally through the Nike Sneakers app, which tracks progress and rewards and Roblox, where children can continue interacting in a virtual environment. Together, this creates a continuous loop of movement and engagement. I also applied the 7 P's of marketing to ensure a cohesive strategy, focusing on product integration, experiential environment, and digital promotion through platforms like TikTok and YouTube. Finally, the overall outcome of the Nike Future Play is to increase engagement, build early brand loyalty, and create experiences that are both enjoyable and developmentally beneficial. The campaign positions Nike not just as a sportswear brand, but as a facilitator of play and growth. Thank you.
Well done, Kim. And what stood out to me when I looked at your project was just the depth of the research you've done. Like it was so thorough in terms of your understanding of the market that you were looking at. And as a parent of kids that span all of that age group, actually, that you've identified, it was a really interesting concept to me because the sportswear market is super saturated and it's super competitive. And I do think there's no brand loyalty in Gen Alpha like there is in some of the older demographics. And this idea of for Nike to try and capture this Gen Alpha generation whilst they're there for the picking was really clever to me. I thought it was a super well thought through. Yeah, really well done. It's very, like I say, your research and your kind of way you moved through your project, in bulk when I looked at the big project was just fantastic. So really well done.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jessie. I'm from Falmouth University. So my project is Nora Green, which is a multi-generational women's underwear brand. This has stemmed from an interest in empowering women and how women experience everyday essentials such as underwear. And Nora Green celebrates pieces that are designed to last and be valued over time, much like the generations before them. And then exploring primary and secondary research, I found that consumers want accessible, sustainable products. Women want underwear that can fit into their everyday lives. They want a wider representation of women, and they want to see transparency and authenticity from brands in the industry. So many women are underrepresented, and especially the everyday woman. And then secondly, many consumers are conscious about the planet and how impactful their purchasing habits can be. However, financial situations can often stop that. This is where designing for all women in every chapter came from. So this is in response to evolving needs of modern consumers who just want comfortable, inclusive, stylish underwear that can be reasonably priced and also sustainable. Nora Green is here to lead a community of women in all chapters of life who share the same beliefs and values. I didn't want to just stick to one category of women. I wanted it to be for the mum, for the university student, all those types of people, and achieving this through a strategic positioning of accessible, sustainable products, keeping women feeling comfortable and confident in their present bodies. And underwear to many people can mean self of expression and identity. And when you feel good, you look good. And this is why I have such a passion to empower women through the most intimate pieces of clothing. And the research that I found was that 70% of consumers have more trust with brands that show diversity within their marketing. 68% of consumers care about sustainability, but only 12 of them can actually follow through with it. And then 54% of consumers said that they would stop buying from a brand who have misleading environmental claims. So the outcome of this was I wanted to focus around 4 silhouettes, 4 designs, and 4 seasonal colours. So each season we drop a new collection, and for this one we based it around summer, and the idea was to do a pop-up event which focused around a meal deal vibe, which it kind of came from what people do in their everyday lives, and one of the main things was they go and get a meal deal. So I wanted that chance to mix and match what they find comforting to them. But there's also an evergreen collection which is available all year round, which keeps purchases coming through. And then the messaging is focused around being transparent, inclusive, affordable, sustainable, and empowering, as we're not here to break the bank, but we're generally designing products to encourage confidence in the everyday woman. And that's everything.
Well done, Jessie. Really lovely. Nice, clear slides too. Slide 2. Yeah, when I looked at your project, I just thought the message behind it was really important. You know, as somebody who creates images every day and puts things out to the world every day, things like inclusion and diversity are things that we consider all the time. So, and again, that whole kind of messaging of being a woman and being inclusive as a mother of younger ladies is just really struck a chord with me. And I did think when I looked at your project as well that your really 360 approach to the activation of your campaign was really well thought through in it, like the timelines that you had in there, all the different places that you were launching it in terms of what you're doing with your socials, what you're doing with your physical campaign. Yeah, I thought it was really well thought through, so well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Natalie. I'll just wait for my slide to pop up for a second. Perfect. So my dissertation was on UK manufacturing. The UK was once a global leader in textile and clothing manufacturing, but today only 3% of clothing worn in the UK is made in the UK. Recently, UK manufacturing has been experiencing a resurgence. However, it remains unclear whether new interest can be fully realized given the extent of the industry's decline. And so my research aims were to examine the strengths and challenges of UK manufacturing and to investigate strategies that could support the scalability of the industry. For my secondary research, I pretty much looked at anything and everything I could find. I read books, academic literature, reports, articles, looked at quantitative data, listened to House of Commons debates, and considered the influence of global events on both current conditions and future outcomes. In terms of my primary research, I conducted industry interviews with Patrick Grant, owner of UK manufacturing facility Cookson and Clegg, Jim Cox, owner of Pennine Socks, and an anonymous supply chain director of a UK brand. I found that there are many strengths to manufacturing in the UK. For example, supply chain interruptions such as the war in Iran and the Suez Canal blockage are leading companies to consider onshoring portions of their supply chain in order to diversify risk. Additionally, during the pandemic, domestic factories were used to produce PPE. If production capacity continues to decline, the UK could struggle to produce essential goods during periods of global disruption or conflict, which raises important concerns for national security. Producing in the UK is also much more sustainable than producing abroad. Given incoming end-of-life garment legislation in the EU, brands will need to increasingly account for sustainability requirements in their production decisions. And consumer demand for high-quality, locally made clothing is rising as well. These strengths present UK brands and manufacturers with a chance to capture increased demand and boost sales. But of course, it's not all great. UK manufacturing is expensive. Industrial energy costs have more than doubled in the past 10 years, and minimum wages have also gone up. The UK government has been widely criticized for its lack of support for local industry. For example, Italy invested 250 million euros in its domestic fashion industry in 2025, while the UK government support amounts to only tens of thousands. Other issues include an aging workforce without adequate replacements, an education system that is not effectively preparing students for the roles available in manufacturing, and a lack of support from large firms. Without guaranteed long-term contracts, it's challenging for manufacturers to confidently scale. In terms of strategies for growth, there were a few strategic recommendations that were uncovered during my research. The first is technology. New technology can support manufacturing by improving efficiency. It can also fill some gaps for companies that are struggling to find and train workers. Another is government procurement. Items such as NHS and military uniforms were once largely produced in the UK, but this has changed and it has undermined local businesses. Government procurement could play an important role by providing stable demand. But of all the strategies, government intervention has the biggest potential to make a difference in the industry by addressing many of the barriers to scalability. And so as a result, a key recommendation of my research is to increase lobbying and raise government recognition of the sector's importance. Emphasizing the economic, employment, and national security value of UK textile and fashion manufacturing could encourage investment and policy support. So to summarize, there is strong potential to scale and rebuild UK fashion and textile manufacturing, particularly in light of supply chain disruptions and the growing demand for more sustainable fashion systems. With greater investment and support, the industry could improve efficiency, lower costs, and become more competitive overall. However, further decline is likely unless key challenges are addressed. Thank you.
Well done, Natalie. A really, really interesting project, something that, you know, is really, really topical, as you've mentioned, with the current state of the world. And what I thought was really lovely about your project, the imagery you've used throughout is really cohesive and beautiful. You've really managed to visualize all this really in-depth, thorough written research that you've done. And I also thought that it was good that you considered all the challenges, because let's be honest, as much as we would love to make this a thing, there are lots of challenges attached to it. You know, Leicester itself was known as a thriving hosiery area, and now it's kind of very much on the decline. So yeah, it really stood out to me when I was reading through your project how sort of in depth you've gone with your research and the kind of passion that you had for your subject matter, really. So well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That was marvellous. Thank you, Lucy, for all your comments. And we'll move swiftly on so we can try and keep to our timetable. And I will now welcome Sylvia as our next industry representative for our digital award.
Thank you so much, Tony. So I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Sylvia. I am part of the academic team in CLO, dedicated to support professors in implementing CLO and I'm very excited and proud that CLO is supporting the Digital Award, because I had a look at the projects and I'm very hopeful for the future. And I like to see that the topics relate to transparency, sustainability, and conscious consumption. So I cannot wait to hear it from you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward. I studied fashion marketing at the London College of Fashion, and I'm going to talk to you today about Fit ID. Fit ID is a sizing platform I created to fix one of fashion's most persistent and costly problems. Brands have different interpretations of sizing, which leads to returns. I'm sure many of us can relate to this. You order clothes online, check the size guide, buy your usual size, and when the package arrives, nothing fits. The clothes go back in the parcel, you pay for the return, queue at the post office, and still end up without what you wanted. What seems like a small inconvenience is actually a massive environmental problem. In the UK alone, fashion returns generate around 750,000 tons of CO2 emissions in a single year. 23 million returned garments were sent to landfill or incinerated. Every individual return generates up to 4.2 kilograms of carbon dioxide because once an item comes back, it enters a reverse logistics chain involving additional transport, repackaging, processing, and often disposal. And this is happening within an industry already responsible for around 10% of global carbon emissions, which is more than international aviation and maritime shipping combined. The British Fashion Council concluded that digital sizing technologies could reduce fashion returns by more than half. That's exactly why I created FitID. FitID is a Chrome extension which uses AI to recommend sizes. FitID is designed to make online shopping more accurate, less wasteful, and more convenient for the consumer. At the center of the platform, as you can see on the slide, is the Fit Passport. In the onboarding process, the shopper creates a personalized fit profile once in the Fit Passport. From then on, whenever they shop, FitID's browser extension analyzes the brand-specific size chart and recommends the most suitable size, complete with a confidence score. One profile, every brand, no guesswork. The onboarding captures detailed body measurements and personalized fit preferences because sizing isn't just about body shape. It's about how people actually want their clothes to fit, whether that's tailored, relaxed, or oversized. Backed by research, I surveyed 172 consumers. 67% had returned items because of incorrect sizing, and 89% said sizing inconsistency across brands was their biggest frustration, not by price, not by quality, but by size. I also conducted 5 interviews with industry professionals, including one buyer at a major UK fashion retailer, who reported return rates of up to 80% in a single product category. The conclusion was clear. This is not a niche issue. This is a structural problem across the fashion industry. Moreover, the business model works on 3 levels. Retailers subscribe for access to the sizing infrastructure and returns data dashboard. FitID earns affiliate commission when a recommendation leads to a sale, and consumers can upgrade to a premium tier for enhanced features. Beyond convenience, the wider goal is reducing waste across the entire fashion ecosystem. Fewer returns mean fewer transport emissions, less packaging, lower processing waste, and fewer garments going into landfill. For retailers, better sizing data means understanding fit issues more effectively, improving product consistency, and reducing overproduction driven by return uncertainty. FitID is not simply about selling more clothing, but it's about helping the fashion industry operate more responsibly, with less waste, greater efficiency, and a better experience for the consumer. If we solve sizing, everyone wins: the shopper, the retailer, and the planet. That's the company I'm building. Thank you all, and thank you for Clo3D for sponsoring this award.
Thank you so much, Edward. I think you have a really strong business case. The idea is brilliant, and it really addresses a market need. And what I really like is like you went to the core problem, not just beyond the, comparing virtual try-on, which I think is really, really, really smart. So yeah, and the research behind was really thorough and amazing. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Katie, and I'm from Birmingham City University. And today I'm going to be presenting Formless, a subscription-based digital wardrobe platform designed to make digital fashion more circular, intentional, and immersive. For those who may not know, digital fashion refers to virtual clothing worn online through avatars and digital platforms such as Roblox, Fortnite, and Bitmojis. As digital fashion continues to grow, so does a concern surrounding overconsumption within virtual spaces. Although digital garments reduce physical textile waste, users are still encouraged to constantly purchase, collect, and replace items in ways that mirror fast fashion behaviours but online. This emerging issue became the foundation of the Formless concept. Research carried out throughout the project highlighted both the scale and potential of the market. The digital fashion industry is projected to reach $147.5 billion by 2035, demonstrating significant commercial growth and opportunities. Alongside this, primary research revealed that over 86% of survey respondents had already interacted with or purchased digital fashion, highlighting strong existing behavioural demand amongst younger audiences. However, the research also revealed a clear gap in the market for a more mindful and intentional way to engage with digital fashion. Formless responds to this by introducing an access over ownership business model. Instead of continuously purchasing and collecting digital garments, users subscribe monthly to access a curated digital wardrobe where outfits can be worn, rotated, and returned over time, creating a constantly refreshed digital wardrobe experience without requiring permanent ownership. The platform is specifically aimed at digitally native Generation Z and Generation Alpha consumers, audiences already heavily engaged with gaming, avatar customization, fashion, and immersive online experiences. As digital identity becomes increasingly important within younger demographics, Formless positions itself as both fashion platform and an immersive self-expression tool. A key part of the concept is that Formless is positioned as a brand extension of DressX, the world's largest digital fashion retailer. Rather than operating as a completely standalone platform, Formless builds upon DressX's existing infrastructure, digital assets, partnerships, and audience reach. This makes the concept significantly more commercially viable and scalable, whilst reducing development costs through existing systems and technology. The platform itself is heavily inspired by both streaming services and gaming environments. The user journey begins with the platforms such as Roblox, where users may discover digital outfits through creators, branded experience, or other avatars within the game. Instead of purchasing the garment outright, users are directed to Formless through a Wear via Formless feature. One of the platform's most important features is that users can only wear one active outfit at a time. This design decision was intentional as it encourages more conscious digital consumption and discourages endless collecting behaviours often associated with digital spaces. Previous outfits are stored within a personal archive system, allowing users to revisit, rotate, and customise past looks rather than repurchasing new ones. From a commercial perspective, the concept is built around a recurring subscription revenue model, creating long-term engagement rather than relying solely on one-off purchases. Future growth opportunities include wider platform expansion, digital brand collaborations, and positioning Formless as a leading circular digital fashion solution across multiple immersive environments. Overall, Formless combines fashion, gaming, sustainability, and digital identity within one connected ecosystem. Rather than simply selling digital clothing, the platform rethinks how digital fashion is experienced, accessed, and circulated in a more intentional and commercially sustainable way. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Katie. I think this completely, this could happen. Is just, the perfect moment for this. And I really like the angle that you still, you can do anything and you want to make it meaningful and purposeful. And I think this is really, it really speaks for the long-term vision that you have. And I really like that you saw patterns in other industries and you brought it into the digital fashion space. So yeah, I think we're going to be all part of this very soon. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Tom Sender from Falmouth University, and I have created a luxury marketing and events agency that bridges physical and digital fashion and responds to a contemporary consumer demand for immersive brand experiences. It aims to bridge the gap between digital and physical, which creates the phygital. I created within this, it aimed to create, so I created a digital fashion show for a luxury client. And then this involved the retail store, which you can see through the photos here. And then agency assets, including the website, newsletter, social media assets, thought leadership through blogs, etc. And the methodology in which I carried out deep secondary research around luxury retail, luxury experiences, and then primary qualitative research with industry professionals and high net worth individuals. Also, case studies around agency competitors and experiential events where I found a gap in producing a show combined with a post-show shopping experience, which I feel is something that hasn't yet been delivered. And sorry, excuse me. Yeah, something that's not yet been delivered and also provides access to luxury fashion shows to the masses, which I feel that is something that, as someone that works in the industry, I don't think that that is given enough thought, the accessibility surrounding it. So yes, this aims to open up the barriers to entry and provide access for all individuals, no matter financial status or geographical location. And the findings in my research were that 87.5% of individuals were actually interested in attending interactive and digital experiences and events. 79% of individuals said they would definitely or probably attend a digital luxury fashion event. And some of the high net worth individuals that I interviewed stated that they would actually love to buy pieces straight off the runway, because this is not something that they traditionally get offered. And by providing access, it gives someone that wouldn't be invited to fashion shows traditionally, it would give them that sort of availability and like feels that they're being valued by the brand, which can in turn increase brand loyalty. And my recommendations that I found from this was that luxury brands should be adopting hybrid physical and digital strategies that combine both immersive technology with experiential storytelling. There is a large increasing demand for experience and connection between brands and consumers. As I found in my research, that 80% of individuals are now investing more into experiences rather than actual products. And for brands to increase investment in XR, so extended reality, that including virtual reality, augmented reality, and digital fashion showcases, and the utilization of niche, less conglomerate agencies. So Sender Studios would be a smaller agency that would be focused at low to medium sized brands that have a lower budget but would want to still produce these immersive events that you can't produce physically because of the pure amount of money that a brand needs to be able to do that. And often they operate at a loss when they do these events. So by doing this digitally, it provides global access on a much smaller budget. And yes, Sender Studios would be an agency that aims to bridge the gap between physical and digital and also be full service. So as I say, I'm also doing the social media, the post-event debrief presentation, and yeah, social media aspects, etc. for the event. So it would be covering all of the sections needed to produce an event and marketing campaign. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. I think this is a really good idea to create that space where all the parties want to meet. I think your presentation, I mean, your deck was also really beautiful, and I think you have very good taste. I think this is really meaningful right now, and I think this is what people are looking for, you know, like blending those physical and digital. And I think it's that shared experience that people also want to. So I think it was really, really good, and I think a very good business idea. So yeah, best of luck. And
thank you so much.
And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Hiya, I'm Hannah. I'm from Nottingham Trent University. So for my final year, I looked a lot into streetwear. Having worked within streetwear, I've seen the effects of social media and where the streetwear industry is at the moment and the effects it has on it. So I did a lot of research. I used industry experts and people who are just into streetwear, which is a little bit of a loose term nowadays because I think everything's a bit streetwear. Like I said, our age group is all about social media. It's all about those hype cycles, who's wearing what. And I think from what streetwear used to be, when it was obviously about what the product was, but it was about the musicians, it was about the sort of family you had around you. That doesn't really exist anymore because it's on all these major, Instagram, TikTok, everyone can be included. So I think for streetwear labels, it's really hard for them to reconnect with their consumer. Also, as it's so big now, and everything is technically streetwear, it's introduced a lot of issues with like the OG streetwear lovers and people who just want to have the product for hype. So the resale market has been massive and it's got huge. However, it's caused a lot of fake things. It's caused a lot of like not authentic love for the brand and for the product. So that has caused like massive issues. For methodology, I did a mixed method approach. Like I said, spoke to some major sneaker and streetwear labels, a lot of people who worked in the marketing side, and then some secondary research. And this was just a few things. So some experts said we've lost a lot of spaces which they can do things where there are already people there. Everything's a bit influencer and invite only. So it's all about what goes on social media and the people who actually want the product and have an emotional side to it aren't necessarily ever invited to it. And yeah, like I said, streetwear brands are really struggling to reconnect with their consumer and to actually have a storytelling side of it rather than it's just here's a new product every single week. So what I made was Street Level, which is a streetwear hub within Manchester. And so you can walk in the morning and have a coffee, you can sit down and be surrounded by streetwear influences, all the photos, things like that. And then it has a resale wall within where you can scan and then it shows you where the shoe's been, what the history of it is, whether it's authentic, like verification styles, people know that what they're buying is verified. Alongside this, it has an activation room. So a lot of activations nowadays are done in retail stores or they're always about selling shoes. And I think where a lot of brands are missing is that they are forcing retail for the people who go there. So here you can't sell anything. It's just all about the storytelling. You can do exhibitions, you can do workshops, you can do live events. I also included mapping on the walls. So this is a little video that I made a video of the kind of vibe of what Street Level is. This is for smaller independent labels who haven't got as much of the marketing money to use, but they can just have a storytelling video. It can go up on there. People can feel a lot more immersed within the space. Alongside this, it has so a membership app, which is not the same as normal ones. So you can have a coffee and obviously you can get like 3 points off your coffee and you can use that for lifestyle events within the space, or you can be the first to sign up for a drop of like sneakers. So it just uses that normal model and takes it elsewhere. So as much as this whole thing was about removing social media and those influencers, I obviously had to keep those small things within it. So like the membership app and the mapping so that everyone stays a little bit more engaged because people love their phones. I also used a lot of functional softwares in this. So I used Substance Stager for the mock-up. Like I said, I used the mapping tools. I used Figma for the membership app. I used Scaniverse to scan my own shoes into the space as well because I love shoes. So I have quite a big collection of my own. And yeah, and for the future of this, I looked into some short and long term. So in the short term, I think you could take this far. You could have relationships with resale platforms, but a percentage of the money will go back into the community and back into Street Level and just make it all about that. And then in the long term, once you have your regulars who come and want to be a part of that family, could launch an agency which could do, photography, marketing, events, and you could utilize all the people within your community for that. And it just gives those people in Manchester or anywhere the opportunity for like a life in fashion, because obviously we all know it's a little bit difficult nowadays as everyone wants to do it. So it just gives those people who not necessarily have been to uni or have like know loads of people. So yeah, that's my long term. And yeah, this is Street Level.
Thank you so much, Hannah. I think you did super well at finding the problem and translating it into the concept. And I think I don't know what you think, but it became like a bigger thing, right? Because you had like a address and now you're creating a movement. And I think it's really, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia, and thank you to all the students for their presentations. We're now moving on to our fourth award, M&S and AI in Fashion Business, and I'll welcome Laura. Hello, is Laura there? Looks like she might not be for the moment. We are just on time, so let's wait a moment. I think what's very clear is that even within each category, how wonderfully different the approaches and opportunities are that the next generation are seeing within those categories. And it's very important to watch as many of these presentations as possible to see how different the approaches can be within each category, and also the excitement that a lot of the projects engender, in spite of business being a word that doesn't always engender creativity and excitement as the response. There is excitement and creativity within business itself. So any sign of Laura?
Just behind the scenes, Tony, we're trying to get hold of Laura. We do think she's around somewhere, but just in the meantime, shall we move to the next? Shall we try to move to the next category? And then
well,
potentially come back.
Is Phaedra already with us?
Phaedra is in the call.
Right. Well, in that case, should we jump and we'll go on to the Creative Association Award for Creativity, and I will hand over and introduce the wonderfully early Phaedra, who is already there. Thank you.
Hi all. First of all, I just want to say thank you, Anthony. Thank you to Zoe for allowing me to be part of this. And I've been listening already to all the presentations, and everything sounds fantastic. I just want to invest in everyone. Honestly, the ideas, the innovation. I'm super inspired. I'm the founder of the Creative Association, and essentially it's a platform that bridges the gap between the creative industry, which is worth trillions, and young people like yourselves that don't have the connections, that don't come from, you know, connected families, that don't have the opportunities. I think the young lady just right before just spoke about how difficult it is to even kind of navigate.
Whoops, you've frozen. Okay. Sorry, Phaedra.
On the other side, of course.
Sorry, you froze for a moment. I think we should start with the presentations and get on with those. And if you've got anything else to say, maybe say it at the end.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine.
Sorry about that. There was a hiccup, so we're starting to go on. Okay, we're on to our first student, Oriana. Over to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Oriana and I'm from Birmingham City University. So let's just set the scene. If you've ever gone grocery shopping and came home hot, damp and sticky with your headphones on and too many layers on, already feeling overstimulated, then you'll definitely understand the problem behind my idea. So I created a women's wear concept that helps solve this through sweat managing tops for everyday wear and Pilates/yoga, designed to reduce sweat anxiety without sacrificing softness, style or comfort. And this project responds to a real but under-discussed issue that affects how many women dress, move, and feel in everyday life. So sweat anxiety is often treated like a small issue, but for many women, it shapes what they wear, where they go, and how confident they feel. Research on women living with excessive sweating shows that it can disrupt feminine appearance, lower self-esteem significantly, and affect social interaction because women often feel pressure to conceal sweating and avoid attention because of it. And that is exactly where my idea comes in, because I am not creating a traditional activewear brand, and I am also not creating basic loungewear with no real function. I am creating a product that sits between the two. So soft, stylish, wearable tops that feel appropriate for everyday life, but are engineered to manage sweat and support confidence. And my target consumer is a Gen Z or young millennial woman, roughly aged between 18 to 30, who values comfort, aesthetics, and wellness, but also deals with sweat consciousness and sensory discomfort. She wants clothes that feel calm, flattering, breathable, and easy to wear across different parts of her day, from studying or work to errands, Pilates, or any other activities and social plans as well. And to validate the concept, I carried out primary and secondary research. My primary survey of 47 women aged 18 to 30 showed that 78.9 avoid colors like gray, for example, because of sweat fear, and 94.7 said that they would find a timeless, flattering, sweat-preventing top appealing, which strongly supports the demand for this product idea. What was also important is that the research showed that this is not just a functional issue, but an emotional one. Women described feeling self-conscious, anxious, embarrassed, and overstimulated by sweat visibility, which means the opportunity is not only to solve a clothing problem, but to reduce a mental and emotional burden through design. And I also looked at the wider market and competitor space. So brands like Skims, Tala, and Sweaty Betty each offer something relevant, whether that is flattering silhouettes, wellness-led branding, or performance credibility, but there is still that gap for tops that combine style, softness, and discreet sweat management in a way that does not look like sportswear. And this is especially relevant because consumers increasingly wear activewear beyond exercise, and many actively look for features such as sweat hiding, moisture management, and antimicrobial benefits. And in response, my product range focuses on tops because the research showed that underarms and chest areas are the key concern points. I developed 3 core silhouettes, so a body hugging top that is the hero top, a Pilates/yoga specific top, and an off-shoulder top and a fashion top, so that different body preferences and styling needs are met while keeping the concept cohesive. And in terms of materials, the range uses a recycled polyester and spandex blend to balance softness, stretch, durability, and moisture management. And this supports the technical function of the garment while still allowing a clean, feminine, and non-sporty finish that fits the brand direction. And the emphasis is on discreet performance, so the wearer feels supported without feeling like she was wearing a gym top to work, for example. The USP of the brand is that it turns sweat-conscious clothing into something desirable, stylish, and emotionally supportive and empowering. Rather than telling women to hide in oversized black basics, it gives them flattering everyday pieces, including sweat-safe gray and pastel colors that help them feel more comfortable and more confident. So overall, this project responds to a real and very much under-discussed consumer problem with a product that is both commercially relevant and emotionally meaningful. It combines consumer insight, fabric research, silhouette development, and brand positioning to create a women's wear concept that offers comfort, confidence, and a peace of mind in everyday life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I remember this, and I really love this idea. I think you're definitely solving a problem, and I love that you mentioned, brands that are already, I'd say, doing very, very well in the market, and so you've not just come in wanting to release another activewear brand. You're actually actively solving a problem which even I have definitely looked for, and I typically go to the gym with clothing that won't show sweat patches and things like that. So I think that's a really fantastic idea and definitely a problem that you're solving. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Hi, my name's Elise Baffo-Newton from the London College of Fashion. Today I'll be presenting Second Skin. This is a project exploring how fashion can evolve beyond aesthetics into a form of emotional support for Gen Z consumers. So this is implemented through a collaboration between Starface and the Urban Outfitters' own brand, It's France. So within this, I'll be covering the market context, opportunities, research findings, and the final collection outcome. Starface as a brand has transformed acne patches into symbols of confidence and self-expression. Their success comes from building empowerment through community engagement and close consumer relationships. I wanted to explore how that same stigma-breaking message could translate into apparel. And I paired this with the brand It's France due to its strong positioning within Gen Z streetwear and comfort dressing. And the brand already resonates really well with the university students, making it an ideal platform for a wellness-led collaboration. So starting with the market, this project was driven by the effect of the pandemic on consumer behaviour. Gen Z consumers are increasingly dressing for comfort and convenience, with hybrid lifestyles blurring the boundaries between home, work, and social spaces. This is increasing demand for versatile fashion, and at the same time, the wellness market continues to grow rapidly. But I wanted to know why wellness fashion lacks mainstream execution. So existing products often feel too clinical, leaving a clear gap for fashion that combines emotional support and cultural relevance. And the collaboration allows both brands to merge strengths and differentiate within an oversaturated market of street and loungewear. So to investigate further, I used a mixed method research approach, combining surveys, focus groups, industry interviews, and competitive analysis. One of the strongest findings was that consumers initially struggled to understand wellness fashion. However, once presented with examples such as weighted garments or scent infusions, responses became significantly more positive. Weighted garments received especially strong reactions, with participants describing it like being hugged and connecting these products to familiar experiences with weighted blankets, which are used to combat anxiety. Industry interviews reinforce that products still need to feel trend aware, wearable, and accessible. However, a key insight was that Gen Z consumers increasingly justify purchases emotionally rather than practically. Emotional value, comfort, and identity are becoming just as important as price or trend, and should therefore be considered at the same level as these. And the final outcome was an autumn-winter 26 lounge to street collection centered around emotional comfort, sensory engagement, and versatility. The hero product is a weighted hoodie featuring removable microglass inserts in the hoods and the shoulders. It's designed to help you feel grounded and decrease stress. The collection also incorporates sensory fabrics like modal blends, tactile fidget details like pearls and bows, and compression waistbands designed to support comfort throughout everyday wear. And importantly, these therapeutic inspired elements were integrated into wearable silhouettes that can be worn in multiple settings, layered for individuality and as matching sets, which is vital for the versatile needs of Gen Z. And alongside my product range, the marketing strategy was also a heavy focus, using storytelling, education, and community building to strengthen parasocial consumer relationships and position wellness as part of an everyday fashion culture. So ultimately, this product demonstrates how fashion can evolve alongside the growing wellness market, creating products that support mental and physical well-being and maintaining strong commercial relevance within the Gen Z sector. This positions emotional support not just as an added feature, but as the next evolution of commercially relevant fashion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Elise. I honestly, I'm super duper inspired, like I said, by all of these ideas. I think that's very well thought out. I love that, again, it's not just kind of releasing, a clothing brand, but you've really thought about it. You've really thought about your generation. You've linked it back to sort of health and wellness. And so I think it's a fantastic idea. You really, really great research. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, Alice. You ready?
Yes, I am. So I'm Alice. I'm from Falmouth University. And so, as you can probably tell, I'm a sucker for hair extensions, hence the hair. But they are quick, they're easy, and they're a really great protective style, or at least that's what I thought they were. But when I started researching the industry, I realized they weren't as safe as we thought they were. My primary interviews with industry experts and combining this with secondary scientific data revealed that there's a disparity. Black women's health is not cared for, it's not considered a priority. 80% of beauty products geared towards Black women contain cancer-causing chemicals, which isn't great, as we have constant exposure to hair extensions and products which can be chronic for extended periods of times, which can be months or years. From this, I realized the need for a quirky, fun, playful brand, which believes in that beauty is healthcare and puts the customer first, disrupting the current state of homogenous, unregulated beauty, which favors boring conformity over fun. And who wants that? So I created Neura, powered by Mother Nature's gifts and biodegradable banana fibers. The name Neura is the combination of nurture for nourishing the hair, health, and soul, and aura, which acts as like a mirror into your true and masked self. So my research uncovered two massive market gaps. First, there's a severe lack of accessible education. The texture gap discovered that the most searched social comment regarding Black hair is styling. At Neura, we believe that education is power, so we are providing free educational blogs, tips, and tricks to help our consumers creatively express themselves. I also discovered we are currently battling a severe loneliness epidemic. The modern wellness industry actively encourages isolation through solo activities like gym, therapy, and journaling, promoting a state of manageable dysfunction to fuel a $229.6 million market. Neura looks at the past for the solution. During the American Civil Rights Movement, hair salons acted as a safe sanctuary, a place to just let your hair down together and find your people. A Duke University study on psychotherapy proved that community-based hair care models are highly effective at helping Black women process emotions and improve mental well-being. So the strategy. Neura will leverage this ideology to build fierce brand loyalty and emotional sentiment. We are facilitating this through parasocially through our Rage Room podcast, which translates directly into our real-life events via our Raw Girls meetups. Crucially, to cut through all the digital noise and combat the fragmented 8-second attention span, our strategy incorporates elements of play, as 84% of millennials and Gen Z prefer digital retail experiences, which blend physical and digital worlds. So the Rage Room podcast is entirely animated via The Sims 4. This purposely taps into a gaming market set to reach over $250 billion by 2030. So based on my findings, my recommendations are simple. First, the industry must facilitate unapologetic self-expression using elements of play to enhance creativity. Second, we must redefine wellness by fostering parasocial connections into real-life friendships to empower people to be their authentic, quirky selves. And ultimately, I recommend Neura to create safe, colorful hair products which facilitate fun while providing accessible education through our community events. We help build authentic connections, giving every consumer the power to safely embrace their Nora aura. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. I absolutely love that you linked it to your own, personal experience. I think it's very well researched and a fantastic product. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, nice to meet you all. My name is Evie Curtis and I'm with Salford University. So for my final major project, I created a bespoke wedding stationery brand called For Keeps. So bespoke wedding stationery includes like save the dates, RSVPs, invitations, details cards, and on the day materials including signages, menus, place cards, and everything all like that. So why did I decide to create the brand? When reviewing the current market, I've never seen a market so divided. So it is either really cheap template-based services or really expensive bespoke fully design-led services. There was nothing in between. So my goal for the brand was to create something that would sit in between the market and like fill the gap. Because why should bespoke design be limited to a certain income bracket? We believe every couple deserves stationery that truly represents who they are and who they are going to be, bringing their journey to life in a way that will be treasured for decades. So when I was researching into the problem, 57% of respondees reported they felt overwhelmed or unsure what stationery they wanted or what options there was or what they could bring to like life within this. And 38% of these expressed preference for clear and simplified pricing structures within these organisations. So I decided to research into 5 competitive case studies. So I picked the brands Papier, Canva, which were the 2 very template-based designs. And I picked a brand called Flower and Tassel, a brand called Written by Emily, and Oops a Doodle, which were more the bespoke services, and see what they both offered. I conducted 8 professional industry interviews on site where I visited different wedding fairs and events to try gain information on what this was. I did 1 survey, 5 actual couple consultations, and trend forecasted by WGSN and very extensive secondary researches. I was able to find that many consumers felt forced to choose between the template-based and the expensive services, and they didn't feel like they had an option in between, so that's where we came in. Opportunities included the rise of the DIY wedding culture, which you can be seen on TikTok or in Pinterest, where couples are trying to do this themselves to save money. So we decided to create all the designs for them, but then allow them to print these themselves to cut costs. So they could either do this at home with their own printer, or they'd be able to do this like at like a printing company like in Manchester or like near them at home. And 77% of my survey respondees agreed that they'd be open to printing these themselves. Another opportunity was the growing eco-consciousness in like the current market. So then this also tied into this because they could get their design done by us, and then they'd be able to send this digitally, cutting down the actual paper involved within this. So for the solutions, we offered 2 packages. It was either the self-printing package, which was obviously cheaper, and the in-house printed package, which was more expensive, but everything was done. This meant I was able to target 2 types of consumers. So the cheaper option was for the consumers that were more budget conscious, but the in-house printed option was for consumers, that didn't have enough time to print these themselves, but would still like the luxury experience. So from this, I decided to build brand awareness through Instagram, Pinterest, wedding fairs, and influencer gifting. I've actually signed myself up to go to some wedding fairs over the summer to present my brand to the consumers that I've targeted it for. I'd like to expand into the digital wedding space in the future. So like wedding websites are becoming more popular, and I'd like to delve into that later on, and scale into broader events. So I'd like to go into eventually birthdays, baby showers, brand activations, everything that I could take my brand forward. But yeah, thank you.
Evie, I think this is such a well thought out business, from you actively going to these fairs, to you already signing up to these fairs this summer, to you already kind of having your pricing, and you're already thinking about, okay, yeah, this is how I'm going to get my clientele. Love it. It's very strong.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phaedra and everyone. Now I need to see whether we, are we going back to M&S, or are we going on to, right.
So Tony, just clicking through there. Yes, we do have our judge for
right. Laura is with us. Okay, right. On to AI in fashion business, M&S award, and should we go straight? Do you want to say anything, Laura, or should we go straight into presentations?
No, I'll just quickly say I listened into those first presentations. I thought they were excellent. So it feels very exciting to be listening to these now. I think the standard seems really high across the students. So no more than good luck, everyone. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be involved.
It's amazing, isn't it, Laura? That you just can't believe that everyone would keep coming up with great ideas. Right, over to you, Georgie.
Hi everyone, so I'm Georgie Bedford and I'm a fashion management student at London College of Fashion.
So I'll talk you through the inspiration behind my project, the research I carried out, my key findings, and the artifact that I developed as a result. So I was lucky enough to complete a placement year with Birotation, and it's the UK's largest an app that's peer-to-peer, and it allows users to rent and lend clothing between themselves on the app. So throughout my placement year, I noticed something. So basically, they have a really amazing, loyal community, but the product discovery experience could be made a little bit easier in order to convert new users into long-term renters too. So fashion rental is still new for a lot of people, and this means that the first experience needs to be really impressive. Therefore, my final major project title was AI and the Future of Fashion Rental, Enhancing User Experience on the Birotation app, with the aim of exploring barriers to rental and understanding how AI-driven features could support acquisition and ongoing engagement while maintaining Birotation's community-first identity. Moving on to the research. I used a mixed methods approach grounded in the technology acceptance model, which essentially asks two questions. Is it useful and is it easy to use? These conditions shaped all of my research and then also my outcome too. So I started with the secondary research, mapping out the current AI landscape in fashion, and the industry picture was compelling. For example, McKinsey's research shows that generative AI could unlock up to $275 billion in value across the apparel sector. And crucially, their State of Fashion report describes AI as not just a competitive advantage, but now a business necessity. This gave me a strong commercial foundation to build from. So my primary research that I did developed 3 initial concept ideas. So I tested these through 4 semi-structured interviews with AI experts, some staff at Birotation, and also consumers. And I also did a survey which gained over 180 responses, which I then analysed in SPSS. And the key findings from this were that the data overall really reflected what the industry data was suggesting. And in terms of the concepts that I tested, one of the stats that I found really useful was that 80% of the respondents were already familiar with the sweat-based mechanics. And the other key point was that 67% of respondents were really likely to engage in personalized recommendations. Lastly, the highest rated AI feature across the entire survey of the features that I asked people about was the AI outfit builder. So my artifact became a new feature for the app, which was called Your Rotation. And my artifact that I submitted consisted of screen-by-screen mock-ups of how this feature would operate within the app. So on the screen now, you can see on the left, which is the homepage that I updated with the feature included, and you can see also that you can access it from the bottom navigation bar that I added in. I also developed a feature within this called the Style Wand, which allows users to create an outfit. So not just showing them what they could rent, but all the accessories, etc., that could go with that. And so this gamifies the rental experience in a way that users can easily understand. And also I made sure that there was a lot of transparency built throughout, because of course, using data and AI, it's very new. So I included a lot about what we could say in the settings of the app and how people could opt out too. So finally, the wider impact. This is a solution, of course, for Birotation, but this kind of concept about AI-driven personalization can really be scaled across most circular fashion businesses. And in this growing market segment, the timing, I believe, is great. So thank you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed listening. And yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing everyone else's ideas.
Thanks, Georgie. I think that was really excellent. And yeah, I was able to browse your presentation before, and I think the level of research you did was really, really impressive. And it's really nice to see, because you've been in that setting, you've identified something that you can see as a genuine customer problem, and then also something that can really drive, you know, sales and revenue. So yeah, really impressive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Phoebe from Birmingham City University. Today I'm going to present Classify, which is a business created to address the legislative gap around the upsurge in fashion brands using AI-generated models within marketing, and the policies that need to be created in the future. Within secondary research, it was discovered that 71% of social media images are AI-generated, and 76% of marketers use generative AI for general content creation. However, there is no legal requirement to disclose the use of AI-generated content within marketing. This is due to the UK not having any AI-specific legislation. This identified a key problem, as the adoption of generative AI is increasing, while legal frameworks struggle to keep pace. Within secondary research into consumer beliefs, it was found that 62% of consumers are more likely to trust a brand if they're honest about their use of generative AI. This was supported by a primary research survey, which found that 97% said that honesty about generative AI is important. Consumers want AI content to be disclosed, as 72% highlighted that laws and regulations would make them feel more comfortable with AI. 68% believe they've been misled by an AI-generated marketing campaign, and 9 in 10 consumers would like to know if an image they're looking at is AI-generated. The first key finding from this module is that there is currently no universally understood labels that visibly disclose the use of AI. The only close competition is Content Credentials, whose CR label displays the history's content once it is clicked on. However, it does not disclose whether the image is AI-generated and lacks widespread adoption. The second finding is that the government's discussions around AI labeling regulations have seen limited progress, despite a widespread demand. And finally, synthetic media is becoming increasingly realistic. However, it's hard to distinguish from real content, meaning consumers are being misled. Throughout this project, I was guided by a policy expert who has experience in the current AI bill that's being enacted, which requires AI-generated content to be labelled. This aided the project, as Classify aims to campaign to make it a legal requirement for all AI-generated content to be labelled with a disclaimer and a universal label. Classify works with small fashion brands, aiming to promote responsible AI practices through a visible classification system that will be featured on Instagram and TikTok campaigns. This will be enforced by the Information Commissioner's Office, who will follow up on inaccurate AI disclosures. Classify is a community interest company, therefore it's a non-profit that is funded by an Innovate UK grant and crowdfunder. This is just short-term finance whilst the regulatory campaign takes place, as the future goal is to enforce the labelling regulation and use the fees paid from non-compliant brands to fund the operational costs. Classify satisfies a gap in the market, as currently there is no one doing a visual classification label, which will make Classify the first. Classify aims to put a label on fashion marketing and social media campaigns. In the bottom left corner, I've included mock-ups of what the classification system would look like in action. Next to it is the system labels. These use the universal red, amber, green system. Red is for 100% AI generated, amber is for AI elements and minimal editing, and green is for AI free with no Photoshop. This makes the initial launch smoother, as it's a well-known system that consumers understand. Finally, the classification system guidelines document was created to ensure that all partner brands know how to display the label consistently and correctly. This ensures there is a coherent brand image created. Future growth for Classify will see it become a universal classification system that's across all sectors and deploys on all forms of media. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Phoebe. That was fantastic, really thoughtful and very interesting. And, you know, as a marketer myself, this is something that, you know, truly the industry is grappling with. So, yeah, a very, very interesting topic. So, yeah, thank you for the presentation and for all of the other work you've done, which I've combed through. Very, very interesting. So well done.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Jess Rees from Nottingham Trent University, and I'm going to be presenting Sensor Studio. So in today's beauty and wellbeing industry, consumers are overwhelmed by choice and underwhelmed by connection. We've built a world of convenience but lost the human touch. So my research set out to explore how emotional intelligence could be used to humanize technology to create a concept that transforms personalization into genuine connection. Using a mixed method approach, I engaged 61 consumers and 6 industry experts across brands such as Boots and LMS, and also multiple wellness experts. This was then supported by in-depth secondary research to shape the relevance and direction of Sensor Studio. Feedback guided decisions on pricing, concept development, and market readiness, confirming that Sensor Studio meets a real consumer need and is ready to launch. The findings were clear. The beauty and wellbeing industry's transactional focus leaves people emotionally unsupported. Overwhelming choice creates fatigue and skepticism, revealing a gap for clarity, ritual, and resonance. Consumers want technology that understands them and not just sells to them. That insight became the foundation for Sensor Studio, an emotional intelligence wellbeing app that transforms everyday routines into personalized rituals. Through AI product scanning and sensory-led design, users move from how they feel to how they want to feel each day, building calm, trust, and conscious consumption. Users scan existing products to build a sensory shelf categorized by texture, mood, and emotional effect. Sensor then generates personalized rituals supported by daily check-ins and a curated ritual library. Ritual mode then removes notifications and offers guided audio, breath cues, or sound therapy. Sensor Studio uses 3 key AI functions. The first, emotional pattern recognition to identify mood trends, ritual recommendation engine to create personalized routines, and sensory profiling to match products to emotional needs. It's not about more products, it's about more meaning. So when tested, 88% of consumers found Sensor Studio appealing or very appealing, and 50 out of 50 had never seen anything like it before. That tells us that this concept doesn't just fill a gap, it defines a new category, emotional intelligence wellbeing. Sensor Studio redefines AI as emotional intelligence, using data to understand how people feel and not just what they buy. This is the future of AI in beauty, shifting from algorithmic personalization to emotion responsive personalization. As brands look for ways to deliver hyper-personalized experiences at scale, AI will become a tool for understanding emotional context and not just consumer behavior. So this approach allows brands to build emotional loyalty and therefore increase repeat engagement. Within the beauty and fashion industry, this future will be defined by 1, emotion responsive personalization. So AI will move beyond skin type and purchase history to understand emotional context, stress levels, mood patterns, energy states. Number 2, hyper-personalization at scale. Retailers and brands will use AI to deliver one-to-one experiences to millions of customers simultaneously. Number 3, AI-powered ritual commerce. So the next evolution of e-commerce is ritual-based shopping and not just product-based shopping. And number 4, sensory-led digital experiences. So AI will help brands design experiences that engage texture, sound, breath, and emotion, and not just visuals. So Sensor Studio sits at the forefront of this shift, transforming personalization into empathy and using emotional intelligence to create rituals, deepen connection, and drive repeat engagement. This positions the concept not just as relevant today, but as the blueprint for the next era of beauty and well-being. So this is AI with human touch. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. I thought, yeah, that was fascinating, something I've never thought about before. And, you know, we retail a lot of beauty brands, and it's really difficult when you look at them to work out how they stand out, because there is, you know, there's so much out there. So I think the thinking around this on, yeah, what the future beauty might look like and how AI could enable it, I thought was absolutely fascinating. This whole tapping into the emotional part and the rituals, absolutely fascinating. So, yeah, great presentation. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, we're now on to Primark, whose award is for social purpose. And let me introduce Laura.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. And yeah, I've listened in, as Laura mentioned before, I've listened in on the previous couple of presentations, and the standard is just excellent. So really looking forward to hearing the next presentation. So yeah, I'll hand over to Ruby.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ruby and I'm from Birmingham City University, and today I'll be talking to you about SOAR, which is an innovative community-owned digital platform which is focused on giving users more control over their data and improved digital well-being. The main idea behind SOAR is your data, your rules, your network. I did thorough research in the evolution of the digital sphere and how like control comes part of that. As you can see, yeah, the video should be loading as well, so you can see me interacting with the platform. I found that many social media platforms are designed around profit rather than people, and user behavior is constantly being tracked, manipulated through algorithms and monetized by large technology companies. And as users, we don't have much control over how our data is collected and how content is pushed towards us, which is creating several problems within society: addictive algorithms which encourage passive consumption, endless scrolling, and users becoming dependent on platforms that aren't designed to benefit them anyway, just in times to get more profit, essentially. With 1 in 2 people reporting little to no trust in major technology companies and 87% of users wanting more control over how their data is used, SOAR has been created as an alternative digital platform needed by society to provide a solution to these issues. The target audience for SOAR is younger generations who are already questioning mainstream social media culture, as well as digitally excluded individuals who benefit from accessible education and community support. So how does SOAR do this? Instead of operating as a traditional social media platform, SOAR runs on a decentralized open source network. There's no central corporation controlling user data. The user owns their information, it's stored on their device, and then they have control over how it is used, giving them more digital autonomy. It also encourages healthier online habits rather than promoting addictive content. SOAR focuses on active participation, creativity, learning, and meaningful community interaction. Again, the platform has been created as a working prototype, which you can see in the video, and you can also scan the QR code, which hopefully it still works, and you can have a go yourself and test it out. But I'm hoping that still works. The main features are the personal curriculum, which allows users to have access to educational resources in areas that interest them amongst a range of topics. So there could be meditation, mindfulness, there could be learning new skills that are going to benefit them, coding, data, anything like that. They can develop these skills and work towards accreditation in these areas that then they can apply in different areas of their life. They can connect with like-minded individuals, as well as have their own democratic involvement, as it is a community benefit society. So the users are the owners of the platform, and then they have a say in directly the influence of the future of SOAR. What makes SOAR different is that it has a strong social purpose strategy. As part of the project, I developed SOAR's community classrooms, which are educational networking workshops held in third-party spaces, and as well as like going to educational institutions. I said that these would be partnered with the Digital Poverty Alliance, with statistics that 1/4 of the UK population has the lowest level of digital capability. It's really concerning that people aren't having the access to education that they need, and access to digital devices. So these sessions would provide digital literacy workshops and community learning spaces for disadvantaged groups, lower income households, and individuals affected by digital poverty and exclusion. They aim to provide access to devices, education, and also create more empowering spaces to give these people more confidence, build the skills, and participate more equally in the digital world. There's some mock-ups of the platform there, and also just of like how the digital skills workshops would work. But yeah, thank you for listening, and I hope you like it.
Great, thanks so much, Ruby. Yeah, so it's really good to see the really great use of research, and I really love the use of your stats that you had up there as well. And what really kind of sticks out for me is you really put it back in the hands of the consumer for what they want, and you know how they could create their own interaction. And yeah, it's really, I suppose, very inclusive, and yeah, really giving confidence for all. So yeah, really well done. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hello. Hello, it's Charlotte. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can, Charlotte.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Hi, my name's Charlotte. I'm from Falmouth University. I'd just like to say hello to everybody. This is my presentation for my final major project, which is called Want. This is an independent, non-profit transparency system designed to translate complex product and sustainability
data in the fashion industry into clear, consistent and understandable information at the point of purchase. So the project was developed in response to the gap between increasing sustainability data and consumer understanding. While the fashion industry is becoming more transparent due to regulations largely driven by the European Union and consumer demand, much of this information still remains difficult for the average consumer to understand or engage with in real shopping environments. My research explored sustainability communication, consumer behaviour, transparency systems and current market initiatives. A key finding throughout the project was that consumers are often exposed to large amounts of technical sustainability terminology, lots of certifications. I think there's over 455 across the globe, environmental claims, but however, much of this information is inconsistent, difficult to compare, or is overwhelming for the average consumer, particularly within this fast-paced environment. Many existing systems often prioritise disclosure over actual understanding. So this highlighted a key opportunity for a system focused not on creating more data, but on translating existing information into something more understandable and accessible for consumers. So in response, Want was developed as a connected omni-channel system that works across retail, e-commerce, social media and interactive product experiences. One of the project's key differentiators is that Want is not a sustainability scoring platform. It does not rank, rate or judge products. Instead of telling consumers what is good or bad, it acts as a neutral translation layer between brands and consumers. So presenting information in a clear and structured way so consumers can understand and decide for themselves what matters most. So the system combines the visible trust mark, which is the Want logo. It's got an NFC interaction, a product snapshot, which gives a quick translation of the product and sustainability data of that garment, and then a deeper translation layer if consumers want to dive deeper into that information. So it's to benefit both type of consumers, ones that want instant information and those that want a little bit more information. There's also mobile user experience and social media communication outputs to make the transparency feel naturally integrated within the shopping experience itself. Another important part is brand adoption. So in order to facilitate this, brand adoption needs to be made. But the more brands adopt consistently using the Want mark across multiple touch points, and this will build familiarity, recognition and trust over time, helping transparency move from an optional feature towards a recognised industry standard. So overall, the project recommends that future transparency systems move beyond complex reporting and instead focus on accessibility, consistency and communication design so that transparency becomes part of the cultural standard, as it's only valuable when consumers can actually understand and engage with it when it's presented. So as you can see on the slide, I have a video which is the walkthrough of the main consumer-facing website. To the left is the product snapshot. That would be the NFC interaction at point of purchase. Below that is the walkthrough for the business side of the website, and then below that is the brand guidelines. That's the strategy page, but there's a full brand guidelines, so other brands would have to they would guide those lines so that the Want mark is used consistently across every single brand, every single page, every touch point. And then finally there's the cultural side, which is the socials, which has lots of influencer as comparing garments using the Want interaction, and that's what hopefully make it rise to sort of like industry standard. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Great, thank you, Charlotte, and a massive well done. I really like the way you've kind of broken it down in terms of all the different headings that you have there, and you've really gone into detail on that too, which is great. So I think for me, what stands out is, you know, you're really getting under the skin of the consumer, who obviously ultimately are the most important, you know, clients for the retail industry or any business really, but really how you build that trust and, you know, the being the clear and consistent and honest. But I think the accessibility and the inclusivity for all is the one that kind of really sticks out. So yeah, massive well done on that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sophie and I'm from the University of Salford in Manchester, and I'm here to present to you my scoliosis adaptive activewear brand called Daily Mover. So Daily Mover is a personal brand that's been created from my own lived in experience of dealing with scoliosis every single day. In a survey completed by the charity Leonard Cheshire in 2019, 75% of disabled people surveyed said that mainstream fashion doesn't actually meet their current needs. For the 11% that had previously tried adaptive clothing, they described these brands as being expensive, having limited choices, and overall being far too different from mainstream fashion. The brand Daily Mover aims to redefine what movement can look and feel like in a body that doesn't necessarily fit traditional fitness expectations through the considered, supportive and adaptable design-led garments. It's built on the foundations and belief that movement should feel supportive, empowering and personal, and that you shouldn't be restricted through competitive fitness norms. Each piece of clothing is designed to adjust with the individual wearer, encouraging movement that feels supportive, calm and sustainable, little and often on your own terms. For example, we have the Daily Foundation sports bra, the Fluidity wraparound top, the Flow Easy cami, all containing extra fastenings, easily adjustable straps, zips to help take the clothing on and off at ease, insertable padding, extendable fabric panels. You can see here on the slide some images from my first campaign shoot, which contains some of the garments that we've created as a brand. So Daily Mover's target consumer is aimed at health-conscious women aged 18 to 35 who seek stylish, adaptable activewear that supports their scoliosis, comfort and everyday overall well-being. They value inclusivity, versatility and self-care, choosing brands that combine function, confidence and a modern lifestyle appeal. It certainly wasn't just a case of designing fashionable activewear and putting just a label on it as being adaptive. It took a series of in-depth research methods that combined all the social aspects, medical, fashion and also quite practical elements too, to be able to create clothing that suited the needs of a wider range of people. I started off with a group questionnaire where the main indicative source of research was being able to ask personal questions about what people felt comfortable with and what they felt needed to change in the world of scoliosis and fashion, what comfortable actually meant to them. I also looked at established adaptive clothing brands already and evaluated how and why they were successful or if they weren't, and how that I could implement this into my own brand. In my research, I actually didn't come across many brands that actually had the intentions of helping people with spinal conditions, which is where my brand kind of sweeps into that there. The most valuable form of research for me, however, was when I took my samples to a garment fitting with someone that had scoliosis, and I was able to get on the spot feedback and first-hand look at how it fit with their body. Key findings from my research included finding out that usual activewear felt really restrictive and also quite compressive after wearing it for a good amount of hours. Adaptive clothing also looks quite medical or unfashionable because its sole purpose is to benefit health. Overall, I just couldn't find anything out there myself that supported scoliosis. There are so many opportunities that I also discovered that could interpret into a fashionable way of dealing with the condition, allowing people with scoliosis to feel connected and supported within their own community. Daily Mover proposes the perfect solution to these findings by offering soft, adjustable fabrics for comfort and flexibility, and also provides
a really great community where individuals can feel seen and also network with each other to find positive ways that they can live through their amazing curves. When we look at weighing up the costs of the products and how well they perform and their overall profit margins, we hope that the main profit will come in from the product that the brand will be most famous for, which is the Daily Foundation sports bra. In the first year, however, the business will hopefully increase profits by focusing on high quality clothing with simpler designs, allowing it to sit in the mid to high range market. Thank you so much for listening and for giving me the opportunity to showcase something that is so close to my own heart.
Great, thanks so much, Sophie. Yeah, that was really, really enjoyable. Love the infographic and love the fact that obviously you've used your own experience. Great to see some kind of commerciality in there as well in terms of cost. But I really like that you've obviously spoken to the people that are impacted. But you've used like various research methods, which is really good, obviously, to get some overall data and information as well. But I think it's just one for us all to kind of be, you know, like a food for thought on how we can be more adaptive friendly and inclusive as we kind of move into the future as well. So yeah, massive well done. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Abby. I'm from Nottingham, Trent, and I created Polis as part of my final project. And Polis delivers neutral political journalism through a fashion editorial lens written by academics, but it's designed for Gen Z. So Polis actually stemmed from a research project looking into the depoliticization of fashion and how we don't really have subcultures anymore, and fashion isn't overtly political. I originally approached my project thinking that Gen Z are extremely disengaged with politics, and I actually found the opposite. Gen Z really care about politics and the issues in the world currently. However, they steer away from traditional media as they feel that it leans really far right wing, as that is normally the more shocking and things that grab the media's attention and hit algorithms. So that led them to show their interest through boycotting brands and wearing badges and things like that. So that led me to then create Polis. So I did primary and secondary research for this project, and my primary research consisted of many focus groups with Gen Z students like me, 6 experts, and then secondary research looking into current media brands and things that Gen Z mainly find interesting. And what I found is that Gen Z are looking for a way to discover
So as you can probably tell, Abby's pressed a button and has left the call. So we'll just give her a second to come back and hopefully she'll be join us.
We'll give Abby a minute or two to sort herself out, as she is the last to present in this session this morning.
Just invited her back into the call, Tony, so hopefully she'll rejoin in a second.
Thank you. It's awful when these things happen, but it does still prove that technology is not 100% foolproof. I'm always pleased to note. We may have to move on a little. Give her another minute or so.
Just so you know, Tony, we are running almost exactly to time. So
I know.
We do have, we're okay. We're not running behind.
We're okay. I know. I've been watching the clock like a hawk. I'm sure the rest of our presenters are thinking how pleased they are it's not happening to them.
So I'm trying to call Abby back into the meeting. I would hazard a guess that her battery has died on her laptop. That would be my guess.
Ah.
In which
right.
case she may struggle to get back in.
She's online. I've just emailed her, so okay. I'm just waiting for a reply.
Thanks, Justine.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't got a reply at the moment.
Okay, shall we go back to you, Tony? Laura, are you able to potentially see Abby's presentation a little bit later if she's able to rejoin later in the day?
Yeah, if you just email me Adam a time, and I can potentially step out if need be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Shall we
Laura.
try to do that?
I think if we give her too much longer, it's obviously, I don't think it's a simple question of her just logging back in by the look of things.
Yeah.
And she's not replied to the other. So I think maybe we need to get back on agenda. I know that the lovely Harriet is already and waiting to speak to us. So I think I'm going to get on with the schedule now. That was an intensive morning of presentations, all of which were amazing, and I think probably leaves us all with masses of food for thoughts, and also no doubt away from the public with our favourites as well, and the ones that we personally responded to as much as anything, which I think, you know, it's that extraordinary variety that we have each year, and this year again has done that. We're going to move on to now an industry block, and we're going to start with Harriet, who's going to be our keynote speaker today. She's going to talk about her own company, Hazar, and the notes I have were that the original idea of Hazar was driven by Harriet's belief that students deserved a better deal and shouldn't have to compromise on the aspirational brands they love. In her second year at university, Harriet founded such a company to connect those brands to students' budgets. And 6 years on, and a huge amount of resilience, creativity, and a lot of determination have turned ambition into impact. So I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to hand over to Harriet, who's going to talk to us about the inside story and her journey, and all the hard work that has gone into it. Thank you, Harriet.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Harriet, and I'm the founder of Huzzah. And I'm just going to share my screen now and take you through the journey of Huzzah and some lessons that I've learned along the way. Give me a second. Can you see my screen? Or not yet? Can you see a presentation?
Yeah, we've got Harriet.
Okay, so you can see a pink screen.
Yes, yeah, we can see
okay,
it.
amazing.
Yeah.
You're not in presenter mode yet there, Harriet, just so you know.
Okay. Is that now like full screen?
No, I think you might be sharing. Are you working on two screens?
No, just one.
Okay, so we can just see click to exit full screen. But that's that. Yeah,
Okay.
there you go. That's fine. That's perfect. Thank you.
So, what's in them now? You can see the right thing.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, it's amazing to be here, guys. Thank you so much for inviting me. And what I have planned to cover today is an intro into Huzzah, so just what we're all about and what we're doing, how I started the business, because I did start Huzzah during my second year at university, so hopefully it's quite relatable to you guys. As Adam said, I founded the business 6 years ago, so there's been a lot of change over that period. So I thought I'd walk you through how the business has evolved over time, and then just some key lessons and advice. And I think the presentation will be about 20 minutes long, and then we'll have 10 minutes at the end for questions. So if you do have any questions, just pop them in the chat box, and then we can just go through them at the end. So what is Huzzah? So we're the UK's first student marketplace, exclusively for 18 to 25-year-olds. And what we do is we help brands unlock students while selling slower moving stock. And when I say slower moving stock, that essentially means like returns, excess stock, products that's not, basically they're sale products. So what we realized as a business is that every brand has excess stock, but no desire to sell it themselves. There's actually been a really big shift within the fashion industry that businesses now want to be full price brands and not in sale very often on their core site. I think particularly as business costs have increased, brands really want to protect their margin as much as possible. So we've seen this real opportunity within the space around excess stock. And that brand protection is absolutely at the core, which is, I suppose, as you guys would all know, that like having a strong brand and the brand perception is so key to, particularly within fashion. So that's something that we've realized within the market. So whilst realizing this challenge around excess stock, we also kind of really lent into the current method of unlocking students. And if I'm sure you guys are all familiar with uni days and student beans, and it's the model is very much just discount codes. So if you're a student and you want to shop on ASOS, it's just like, yeah, you get 20% off. But the challenge of that for brands is that it means they've just launched a brand new collection, and then all of a sudden they have to offer really strong discounts off the brand new collection. So it erodes that full price margin that they really need to protect. And it also means that they don't get to really deeply get into the student market, because actually 20% off is fine. But if you're looking at an aspirational brand that maybe is a jumper that's usually retails at £90, that 20% off isn't going to make you convert for that brand. Whereas what we've realized is that if we can work with brands on excess stock, they can then offer deeper discounts because they're not offering discounts off their new products, which then is better for students because they get a better discount, and it's better for the brands because they can get deeper within that student audience. So what we do is we have a marketplace full of aspirational student brands, and our whole thing is partnering with brands that students love that they might not be able to afford full price. And from a brand perspective, we help we help more students discover their brands, basically, whilst also helping them sell excess stock. And actually, as we kind of know, when you look across not just fashion, everything, there's always discounts for students. And actually, a lot of businesses want to get into students at a younger age. If you think, I suppose it's why all the banks offer all these amazing deals if you join their bank when you first get a bank, because it's that lifetime value of having you as part of their business. And it's the same with fashion. Every business wants to get into students. So that's kind of our core proposition, and helping them do it in a sustainable way. In terms of, I suppose there's the kind of sales side in terms of selling their excess stock, but then there's also the reach side. So our kind of key channel, which probably won't be a surprise, has been TikTok. And we've been consistently reaching about 1 million students a month across our channels. And our key kind of most performing series, like best performing series, has been where we go into the different student areas and we say what students at Manchester Met are wearing, or what students in Leeds are wearing. And you can imagine from a brand's perspective, if let's say Ed Hardy is one of our partners, we can make sure that in those videos a lot of students are wearing Ed Hardy, then that can then drive that fashion trend amongst the student audience. In terms of the current partners that we're working with, this is just to name a few. So House of Sunny, Opoly, Juicy Couture, Ed Hardy, and then we work really closely with Saucony, the running shoe brand as well, because I suppose there's been a really big shift in running, and a lot of brands are wanting to kind of be at the forefront of that amongst students. And then looking forward, brands that we're looking to bring on over the next 6 months, Lounge, Weekday, Birkenstocks, Uggs, Refi. So you can really see that, I suppose, what's going to be different about our marketplace is it's going to be highly curated for students of aspirational brands. And then the benefits for brands of being on there is that kind of halo effect, that it's not like a TK Maxx where it's not the kind of place that they want to be associated with. Our kind of key at Hazara is making sure that brands want to sit alongside these other brands. And then it's a great shopping destination for students because of that as well. But what I thought I'd kind of focus on, and where I thought I could kind of add value in to you guys today, is that we launched this new model with brands about 8 months ago. And as I kind of mentioned at the start, I've been doing Hazara for 6 years. So the business that I've just presented to you now is not the business that I created 6 years ago. And over the years, we've just kind of had to follow. The business started in a certain way, and then it's iterated over time to get to where we are now. So I thought I could kind of walk you through how that business has evolved over time and some kind of lessons along the way. So if I take you back to 2020, when I actually started Hazara, I had set up a plastic-free society with one of my friends because I was just really interested in how to reduce single-use plastic on campus. And then at the time, we noticed that a lot of students were always Amazon priming fancy dress costumes all the time. So we thought, why not make a campus marketplace where there's no postage and students just buy and sell from each other? So that was the core proposition. We launched it on Facebook originally, called it BPOP. So the idea was it was the University of Birmingham's Depop. Put up posters all around the uni, did some posts on social media, and then literally within a few weeks, we had 4,000 students on that one Facebook page in Birmingham. So you can imagine that made me think, oh, interesting. Like, clearly people do want to just buy from within their campus. I went to my startup, like there's like our business school, and I told them what I'd done and that I wanted to turn it into a business. And they said, okay, step one is prove that it's not just something within Birmingham. So try to see if it would work at other universities. So that's what I did. I created a Instagram and said, we've created this in Birmingham. If you want to run it at your university, then get in touch. And then I think we ended up with about 35 students getting in touch at all different universities and saying, I want to set up that page at my university. So then before we knew it, we had 20,000 students on all these different Hazara Facebook pages. We had one at Nottingham Trent actually, and just all over the country, UCL. So that was a kind of great way to prove the concept. And at this point, we hadn't spent a single penny on marketing or anything, because we'd just been using a Facebook community to build things out. So then obviously when it's on Facebook, really, it wasn't a business in that sense. So I looked at, okay, how do I turn it into a business? And that's when my links with the Sustainability Society from the early days came in handy. And I thought, actually, universities are desperately trying to be more sustainable. If I make it into an app, I can then probably charge universities a fee for their students to get access to it. And in return, I can provide the universities with a carbon report from all the carbon that's been saved. So came up with that idea, thought that that was going to be the way forward. Within our first year, we signed up 10 universities, and you can see it was some really big names on there. And I thought that we'd really cracked the code, because we were getting software as a service income annually from universities. Universities were actually actively promoting it to their students. So I thought, not only are we earning income here, we also aren't going to have any marketing spend, because the universities are pushing it out. But then our biggest challenge came that Hazard relied on a two-sided marketplace. So we were relying on students listing products, and ultimately no students were listing products. So although we'd figured out how to monetize the platform, we were getting universities on for a year, and then when it came around to their renewal, nobody wanted to renew, because the data we were providing them was so limited. So that was a really, really kind of big challenge. So essentially, we then came up against, okay, our biggest challenge is supply. We know that there's value in a student community, but we need to overcome this supply issue. And as we were looking into that, within the space of about a couple of months, we got approached by Dunelm and Opoly, who both said that they had loads of excess stock, that they wanted to unlock the student market, and asked if they could start selling to students through Hazard. And you can imagine us as a business thinking, okay, our biggest challenge is supply. Well, actually, brands could solve that supply issue for us. And it would be a much more efficient route to us getting supply, because we can focus on building the student audience and then building the brand partners, rather than having to build, like, you can imagine, well, if you think about Vinted, the reason Vinted is so successful is because it's one massive marketplace. So having hyper local marketplaces, you just can't get the scale for a marketplace to work. But brands really kind of solved that for us. And yeah, that kind of leads us on to where we are now. And I think what I kind of wanted to demonstrate here is that it's not a straight line. And actually the fact that what a lot of our brand partners like now is the close ties that we've got with universities. So on one hand, I'm like, oh God, I wish I just came up with this idea first and had missed out all the start of the journey. Whereas actually, when for example, I had a meeting with Adidas last week, and they were asking me, what are your relationships like with Newcastle University? And I was saying, well, actually, because of our previous model, I've got great relationships with the university, great relationships with the societies, great relationships with the sports team. So that can be of value to our new proposition. So I think the key thing is that just kind of follow your path, and that you just need to kind of, with business, just get started and follow the trajectory. And I'd say, like, a really important thing as well to know is that when things started to not work for us here, we obviously gave it a good go, but then knowing this is not working and moving on. If we'd have stuck with this model here with the universities for 6 months longer, the business Hazard would have probably failed. So you need to, and I used to work in a co-working space in Manchester that was full of entrepreneurs, and I met up with a few recently, and they've stuck with their model for too long and not realized that they need to pivot it. So knowing when to pivot and doing it quickly at the right time is really, really key to not fail, basically. So for the last part of my presentation, I thought I'd just kind of give some tips around what I'm glad I did, what I shouldn't have done, and then just some kind of key takeaways. So what I'm glad I did. So from my first year at university, I think I made a LinkedIn account when I was doing work experience, like when I was at school. And I've just always been a massive keynote on LinkedIn. And I would say that has helped me so much. So for example, my advice to you guys would be anytime you meet anyone, connect with them on LinkedIn. So if you think about the takeaway from today, you've obviously got this session with me now, and then there's an amazing panel with all these amazing industry experts up next. Connect with all of them straight after and say, obviously it'd be funny if you all do this to me now, but just say, really enjoyed your panel. I'd love to keep in touch. My name's blah, 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 and this is what I'm studying. And then you've made that connection. They'll absolutely will accept your connection because they wouldn't have put themselves in this position to speak to you guys if they weren't. So just every single person you meet, make sure you make an impact on them and leverage that to build your network. And that's so, so, so important. Even if you listen to a podcast and you think the person on the podcast was amazing, send them a LinkedIn connection and say, I loved what you said about this on your podcast. So just really try and build your network. I would say that I'm glad that I started when I did. So there's no right time. And I think, as I kind of mentioned before, that you want to focus on like learning as quickly as possible. And the quicker you get going, the quicker you fail at things, the quicker you move on, the faster you'll get to hopefully the business model that will work. And then the final one is that I'm glad that I didn't quit. Over the last 6 years, it's been really, really tough, as you can imagine, like realizing going full send on a model, thinking it's going to be everything, and then it not quite working out is really demoralizing and really hard. And especially, I would say when you're quite young, you're really naive. You just see all these successful businesses and you think, oh, why is mine not like that? And I think you just need to be really resilient and dig really deep to not quit. And things will get better. I feel like for Hazar now, we're only just getting to being in a okay place. We're still not in a great place. Obviously, we've got all these great brands on, but now our biggest challenge is we've got these great brands on and now we need to build the demand with students. So it's never going to end in terms of the challenges. So it's just resilience is absolutely key. And it has to come from within. You can't lean on other people really to make it has to be from within. So what to avoid, taking investment too early. Again, in the same way that I feel like businesses, everyone seems like they're doing great with their businesses online. People talk a lot about investment. When I started Hazar, it was when a lot of businesses within the sustainability space were raising a lot of investment. So I thought that that's what I had to do, which actually is probably why it's taken us so long to get to where we are. Because actually, if you raise investment at the wrong time, it can supercharge you in the wrong direction. So actually focusing on getting to a business model that works without investment, I would say is what you should do. And then once you've got to that point and you know what you're doing, you can then raise investment to supercharge the growth, particularly with how readily available tech is now, how much you can do with organic marketing. And with fashion, obviously, the amazing model of Amy Smale with Odd Muse, how she did everything on pre-order first. Like there's so many smart things you can do to not have to get investment. So I would always kind of recommend that. I'd also say avoid being distracted. Again, that's something that I've always struggled with. And I think only in the last 6 months have I been really, really focused on what's important to the business, what needs to get done. And that focus is where the magic happens. So don't be too distracted. Don't try and do everything. Don't say, I'm going to launch this brand and I'm going to have pre-orders, being able to buy straight away. I'm going to have a rental scheme. I'm going to have take back, like just focus in on doing small amounts of things and try and focus on doing it really well. And the last one maybe sounds a little bit odd, but be selective about mentors. So take advice from people who are where you want to be. I think when I first started Hazard, again, kind of tying into the naivety, I just thought everyone knew way more than me. So if someone's had in their title marketing manager, let's say, I thought, oh my gosh, it was like in my head, I thought that they were running all the marketing for Coca-Cola almost. Like, so anything anyone would say, I would just take it as gospel, because I just thought, well, they clearly know more than I do. But I think having the right mentors is really important. And also not having too many mentors, because a challenge that I had recently was that I had so many people I was going to for advice, which then meant I had really inconsistent advice. Which, tying back to the second point around focus, it's impossible to have focus if everyone's telling you to run in a different direction. So if you can really focus on having a couple of really strong relationships with people who have done what you want to do and really lean into that, that will support you with getting to where you want to get to. So final things, kind of key takeaways, in order, like as a young person, like people do want to help you. Particularly if you want to reach out to people on LinkedIn for help, always say, like, I'm a student. I wondered if you'd have half an hour to just like have a quick chat. Always lean on the fact that you're a student, because people will actually want to help you. But then in that sense, on the same breath, it's that you need to be someone that people want to mentor. So mentorship is a two-way relationship. If you're just reaching out to someone, like, can you help me with this? And then potentially, imagine, I've had this recently where someone's asked me for help. I've then given them my number and said, yeah, fine, call me at Wednesday at 6. And then they then don't reply for a few weeks. And then that slot's gone, basically. Like you only really get one shot with stuff like that. And I would say that if someone is helping you, make sure you let them know after, like, oh, thank you so much for your advice around this. Actually, when I then was in this situation, I did things differently because of what you'd said, because then the person that is your mentor knows that they're adding value to you, which would then keep that relationship going. So yeah, be someone that people want to mentor, basically, which is kind of related to people skills, to be honest. It's all on you at Direct, but in order to have a successful business and probably to be successful in work, accountability is absolutely key. Thinking, like in the past, I've thought that, oh, once I get this hire, that will sort it out for me. But actually, it all needs to be on you, and accountability is absolutely key. And then the final one is that, like, your network basically is everything. And that can be quite a daunting thing if you don't have a network at the moment. But I would say that I'm testament to the fact that you can build it from scratch, because, like, I didn't have a network at all when I started university. When Hazard, as you could tell from our journey, we've kind of just landed in the retail industry, but I had no prior experience there. But we've just thrown ourselves in. Sam, who works on our partnerships team, him and I go to every industry event, and we've just built our network from scratch. And that's just on working on your people skills, being a personable person, that's a word phrase, and leaning into networking, and always following up as well, as I mentioned, with the LinkedIn connections, and really building that relationship is so important, particularly with getting a job. If you don't want to have a business, just networking is key. And a kind of a nice example of that actually is that there's a lady called a girl called Izzy Hill, who has just joined Hazard, and she actually won one of the awards a couple of years ago at this event. And she built a relationship with a guy called Matt, who is an e-com director at a really successful brand. And I was chatting to Matt, and I said, oh, I'm looking to hire someone into my business. And he instantly recommended Izzy, because Izzy had, following this event a couple of years ago, she'd got in touch with Matt and built a strong relationship with him, such that he's then referring her to other businesses. So that just shows the kind of power of networking, and events like this as well, to meet people and put yourself out there. Final thing end up on, like what we're trying to achieve at Hazard is trying to build a community that students want to show up for and want to be part of. Since we've launched our new model about 8 months ago, we've had 33,000 students sign up and are consistently reaching about 1 million students a month on TikTok, which is super exciting. And you'll see from some of these photos here some of our kind of activations from our partnership with Opoly, Ed Hardy, Saccone, and yeah, it's a really exciting time. And obviously, as a lot of you listening are students, I'd love it if you were interested and kind of joined our community. And if you are interested, our handle is Just Hazard on social, so on TikTok and Instagram. Our website is justhazard.com. And kind of to my point earlier about networking, I'd love to connect with you guys on LinkedIn. So my name is Harriet Noy. And if you guys have any questions at all, just feel free to drop me an email. I'm happy to answer any questions or have any like kind of quick calls with anyone. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. Hopefully that was
Thank you, Harriet. Harriet, that was marvellous. I love the fact that you didn't actually say it, but I love the fact that basically you said good manners matter. You know, yeah. Replying to someone, or if you say 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening, you try to get there for 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening, which I thought was great. And also I love that other thing that you said. There's an old expression, good advice is no better than bad advice unless it's given at the right time. Mm-hmm. And that's, you know, that thing about you saying about who you spoke to and when and what, and having mentors, which mentor and when. I thought your whole thing about timing was absolutely brilliant because, you know, obviously I'm 100 years older than you, and I know with mine, sometimes people have said something to me and I thought, you know, I don't need to hear that at the moment, but there'll be another time when I do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or something, yeah, or you hear something and then, I don't know, maybe a couple of months later, it clicks in your head and you remember that what that person said 2 months ago and you're like, ah. So you just almost needed a bit more evidence or conviction on it.
And congratulations also on making it clear about pivoting and timing, which I think for all of us, you know, we're in a very volatile business. Fashion isn't like, you know, some businesses, even creative, with architecture or whatever it might be. People don't buy a complete new set of furniture for their living room every 6 months, whereas in fashion we're always looking for, you know, the new white t-shirt or whatever it is. I think your whole thing about that pivoting and change was really, really helpful to students.
Oh, nice, thank you.
Right, I think we will have to let students contact you with questions, I'm afraid, because we're now on to our industry panel. But once again, Harriet, thank you so much for your time. A really fascinating insight, and good luck for the future and whatever that may hold.
Thank you.
Bye. Right, we are now on to our industry panel. And we have 6 panelists who I hope are all ready and eager to answer questions. So that's Erin, Maria, Joe, Phaedra, Jay and Joseph. So we've got 2 Joes and a Jay. So good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone.
Right. I'm going to let everyone see the companies that you're from, because I think, you know, we have a wonderful selection of people from very different backgrounds, Stella McCartney, Abercrombie and Fitch and so on. But I think because time isn't completely on our side, and I have been given an awful lot of questions to test your little what Hercule Poirot calls the little grey cells. I'm going to launch straight into questions. And if you want to explain anything during answering a question about your role or your company, I think that's probably as good way as anything. The first question we had is, from your perspective, what are the biggest challenges facing the fashion industry today? And below that, we're talking about, are the pressures economic, technological, cultural? What is it, the balance between commercial and creativity? How do, you know, what are the biggest challenges for you in the fashion industry, in what's an old established business now and has come through, you know, COVID, you know, all the things that are happening in the war? What do you see as the biggest challenges? Someone put their hand up that's eager to answer. Okay.
Perhaps I'll jump in and start.
Marvellous, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for inviting us along. I think you know, this is a really broad question, and I think you know, we could have a good hour just on this alone. But you know, my role at M Brown is in sustainability and ethical compliance, and I think this area for industry has been sort of a department that's been evolved from CSR over the last 10 years. And I think for the sort of before COVID, we were starting to see a lot of progress in this space and a lot of initiatives to support brands and industry in how we can reduce our impact from an environmental point of view, and then continue the work that was already done in the ethical space. I think because of the geopolitical landscape that we've seen over the last 5 years, this has made it really difficult for brands to address it perhaps the way they sort of foresaw it. And now we're seeing a lot of businesses retract it, whether that in being commitments or various initiatives that they signed up to, because ultimately costs have increased, competitions become more competitive. And we've seen a rise also in ultra fast fashion and second-hand increase. And I think as a sustainability professional, especially the second-hand piece is really interesting, because that is something personally I want to see. I'm encouraged that consumers are sort of behaving and going in this direction. But ultimately, it's been driven by price, and the same goes for ultra fast fashion as well. So this makes it a really challenging environment for a business like ours that's been around for over 120 years to understand how we adapt and compete against those. So whilst that is a challenge, it also makes it, especially from the second-hand and circularity perspective, makes it really interesting. On the ultra fast fashion side, it becomes really challenging to understand, well, how do we differentiate ourselves as a mass market business where we can still deliver on that inclusivity and quality in our products as well.
Thank you. Anyone else want to chip in?
Yes, I'm happy to follow up as the second Joseph in the room, if that's okay.
Right, Joseph and then Maria.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Yes, I'd echo what Joseph said. It's a huge question. So I guess we can each just give our individual perspectives a little bit based on our own industry experience. So just to give you a little snapshot, I co-founded a business 30 years ago now, Matthew Williamson, and we started as a catwalk fashion women's wear label, and we have evolved through to an interior design business, mostly license-based business now. And earlier this year, we've come back full circle and opened a retail business in Mallorca in a place called Dea, which is also where we live half the time. So within that 30-year journey, there's been both running a straightforward fashion business, like having experience of licensing, and back into the retail game. The challenges of now are really quite distinct from anything over the last 30 years. The speed at which one has to adapt and to be aware of the changes that are coming down the pipeline without feeling overwhelmed, I think are really an important thing to have into our frame, as to not get bogged down with it, but instead excited by the possibilities that are opening up. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we as an industry together can do, is just to embrace and be open to all the changes that are coming along, even though, as I say, within the 30 years that I've been in this industry, it's a very specific time of feeling like it's also near collapse at times as well, with the fact that we experienced a boom, and then post-COVID there's been the kind of retrenchment. The customer is now really questioning the validity of their fashion choices. We as an industry have to work much harder to make those connections, which has been a really important thing about us now being back and having direct retail. That moment of pause, I think, is becoming really important again. And curating for the customer, and really like bringing connectivity back and embracing technology as a way to keep that connectivity going, as opposed to a rupturous influence. So that would be my sort of sum of it.
Thank you very much. Right, Maria.
I was just going to add the point of the absolute rapidity of this change. Now, I've known nothing like obviously I'm getting on now, so I do remember the industry from way back in the 80s and how things have changed, and with the introduction of IT, etc. But the speed at which manufacturing is changing, that the retail landscape is changing, how the global political landscape is influencing this, how the climate is changing, and I think one of the big things for me is how the customer is driving this more. The customer is driving the change in the way that we retail fashion. The attitude is the driver to me. From the point of view of students, I think the biggest change for them is going to be AI. I've been doing a lot of work lately. It's been all over the UK news, and the fact that what is AI going to do for job roles, etc. I think for graduates, you can see today the quality of student that's presented today, the knowledge that they have, the diversity of their knowledge. They really need to consider themselves of that graduate role, because that graduate role is changing and maybe going to many degrees. If you think about the analytics that graduates used to do, that's all going to be over. So they need to sort of catapult themselves beyond the grad role straight away. And events like this, obviously, are a bit biased, but these are perfect platforms to give them that experience, strong communication, preparation, pressure, etc. In order to that. So I think, for me, change, the industry's always changed, but it's never changed at this speed.
Thank you. I guess one of the next question, which leads on from that as well, is the fashion industry and global uncertainty. One of the things that I keep looking at is the difference between global brands and back years ago when people talked about internationalism, and how now we are looking differently because there's separations between cultures and countries, but also politics going on. So adaptability, brands that remain culturally relevant, dealing with global uncertainty. Do you have any particular views on those things? How we deal with when the news is on, endlessly on a roll, how depressing it is? Jay, I think, is ready to answer.
Hi, Tony, and hello to all the students. An amazing job today. It was really beautiful to see all the incredible work that everyone's doing. So I think in terms of, I've worked at a few global brands, and most recently Stella, Tommy, Calvin, and Belstaff. But I was also part of launching COS quite a while ago, and that conversation used to always come up. A lot of brands want to dominate the globe, want to be able to offer products to all customers. And when we originally were launching COS, we had the concept was to make sure that every store was exactly the same. And it was really interesting as we opened the first store on Regent Street and we started rolling out the stores in Germany and Paris, we realized that there needed to be a uniqueness to a store, why a customer was coming to it, especially when you had multiple stores in a city. And to be able to be global, but yet tap into a local identity, understand what the consumer wants in that city, in that country, and to really be able to infiltrate into the identity of why consumers need to come to the store, especially in today's world where the stores are the space where we experience brands. When we were relaunching Burberry, we didn't have the funds to revamp all the stores. So we looked at the global store as the brand expression and the storytelling element of the brand to really show and define how we were evolving through the characters we were using, the product, the way it was shot, working with Scott Schumann, launching Up the Trench, tapping into each of those kind of cities where we were revamping through our process. So in that same way, I think it's important to think global, important to think consumer travels. The world is a lot smaller, but you still need to be able to understand that community. And I think that experience of going back to the stores, and I think as Joseph mentioned, going full circle and going back to the store approach, people want to experience, they want to feel. And I think that's really important. We're all human. The humanness is actually feeling and the connection with product. And the product is a conduit to the feeling that you want to express as a brand. And I think that's a really important part of making sure, as you craft out the brands, you work for brands, how are you connecting? And you talked about it as well, Tony, the storytelling. Storytelling connects to the identity of that. I'll give it over to Erin as well.
Yes, Erin, you got something to say.
Well, I mean, Jay, you couldn't have teed me up better ending on storytelling. I think my whole world and career has been about storytelling for phenomenal brands. And I think what's fascinated me most about fashion and retail, it kind of sits at that intersection of creativity, culture, commerce. And I spend a lot of time thinking, as does my teams, as do my colleagues, about how you stay relevant, how retail evolves, obviously under that umbrella of global uncertainty, adaptability, I think for me is one of the most important capabilities in fashion, in retail. I think where consumer sentiment can shift so quickly, businesses, retail brands are under pressure to move faster, as you said, Maria, the speed in which external events can change priorities almost overnight. Businesses and brands staying true to their own cultural relevance really matters a lot. So I think the brands need to connect in with their audience, understand what matters to them, but also be true to their own values, not in a performative way, but a genuinely tuned in way, and storytell in the best possible way they can to that consumer. I think relevance comes from listening to that consumer, moving with purpose, staying clear on who you are and what you can be and represent for that consumer, whilst also evolving. So I feel like in that volatile market, the clarity and then agility that comes with that clarity gives you a competitive advantage.
Thank you. Joseph Mountain, you put your hand up.
Yes, I did. Yeah, no, and then I really like those 2 points made by Erin and Jay, and I think maybe just to bring it from like a sourcing and supply chain perspective, and a market as well. I think is what we're seeing is real differentiation in how the world is behaving. So like the American market is really it's really driving sort of free trade or not necessarily free trade with the rest of the world, but sort of trying to drive its own markets, whilst Europe is increasing regulation, especially around sustainability. And that is really changing the way brands are approaching sustainability, predominantly seeing it more from a risk perspective, and then also trying to look inwards and say, how can we be more resilient to these changes? How are we going to have the right systems and data in place to comply with some of this regulation? So that's really changing the way businesses are approaching capturing data and also addressing sustainability internally. I think then perhaps more to the point Jay was talking about, like localizations, how you adapt and sort of tailor yourself to different markets. I think as well from a supply chain perspective, there's a lot of conversation within the UK around this word resilience again, and sort of localizing supply chains. The UK manufacturing sort of declined quite significantly over the last few years, and it's kind of lost its understanding of what its niche is and how it can play into that niche and evolve. But I think at the same time that there's a real opportunity there now, with the sort of disruption in supply chains across the world, especially in the Southeast and the Middle East. It gives the UK a real opportunity to understand, well, we have a market in which we consume so many clothes here. And we've got all this waste, we've got all this textile waste that local authorities are collecting, charities are collecting, recyclers are collecting. And actually, rather than sending it abroad, which we're seeing a lot of this go to the Eastern Europe and the global South. But actually, what can we do with those textiles here in the UK and reutilize them and close that loop? So whilst that we can sort of see these challenges going on globally, it really gives the UK an opportunity to think about how it utilizes textiles and sort of reinvents UK manufacturing.
I think one of the things that's so difficult is that with recycling with fabrics, I know a little bit about some of the machinery that is being developed, particularly in Japan, for recycling all kinds of fabrics. But at the moment, it's still early days, and also incredibly expensive. So I guess one of the questions that comes out of some of this is, and I've got, believe it or not, I've got about 25 questions here. So I'm trying to sort of get them to, is with the adaptations and with the change and all these things within fashion industry, do you think that there's now a huge difference between the fast side, there always has been, and the slower? And you mentioned COS, that some brands are now opting out slightly out of this turnover. Do you think the shifts in understanding sustainability, overproduction, which again, Zara, is doing smaller and smaller quantities, and particularly in the last few years, do you think this thing about being more conscious about our business is bearing fruit? Is it happening? Is not just sustainability, but how wasteful fashion is? Do you think people are more aware of it? Phaedra has put her hand straight up. Come on, Phaedra.
Yes, thank you, and great conversation so far. I think definitely, and I think even as you mentioned Zara, for example, I think Zara are even becoming more aware, because if you notice now, the kind of collaborations that they're doing with certain people, with certain other brands, I think they're definitely seeing that people don't want to overconsume. There's many, I'd say, younger brands as well that are even pulling back and saying, I understand that you guys want, you know, collections from me and things like that. There's a brand, I'm trying to remember the name, a young lady that's probably been running her brand maybe about 10 or so years from now, American, and the name has completely slipped my mind, but she pretty much posted a message maybe about a month or two ago now, pretty much saying that at this point she understands that, you know, everyone loves her product and all of that, but she was at the point where, for her own personal reasons, you know, she was kind of stepping back and she wouldn't be producing at the moment. She doesn't know if she's going to come back or anything like that. But I think a lot of even, you know, startups, younger brands, as well as the more established brands that have been around for decades, are definitely realizing that it's not just about producing at a large scale, and people are actually looking for those hero products. I think even the brands that are doing very well, for example, I'll mention a brand specifically, Odd Muse, even a fitness brand like Tala, for example. I listen often to the founders directly, and even when they speak, for example, they always speak about, you know, their hero product, that one product that they produce a lot, and they keep on producing, and that their customers always come back for. So I think, of course, for the more established brands that have been around, they've probably got a harder job, and for the ones that are coming up, it's easier for them to kind of scale back and establish the fact that, okay, yeah, we don't.
Okay, you've slipped off, I'm afraid. Okay.
The hero product conversations. Do you want to carry on? Hey, Tony. I think the hero conversation is quite interesting. I think it's important that we have a hero product. I think what we're facing at the moment is a system that's slightly broken, because we're creating collections, autumn, winter seasons, you know, seasons don't align with the product naming, you know, we're over producing collections. You know, I was at a brand where, you know, it was, you know, 80% of the business was driven through 16% of the offer. I'm like, you know, it doesn't make sense, the amount of products we're creating, and the teams are working so crazily, manufacturing, everything's overworked in a system that isn't working with where we are as consumers anymore. You know, there's so much that needs to change, and that change is by reducing, by defining what you stand for, having interest, but then slowing everything down. And I think that's the shift. And there's, you know, brands are scared. You know, when you have big collections, you know, it's fulfilling their sales. They want to make sure that they capture the business that they need, but it's having confidence in terms of changing how we look at the model. And I think it needs to be different. And that's what I'm excited going into brands like Stella, where it's about innovation. It's about thinking differently. You know, when we were at Tommy, the collections were massive. It's huge. But again, when we're thinking globally, you know, as Joseph Mount, you were saying, if you're thinking locally, how do you produce product that services communities, connecting product and then connecting businesses as well, rather than just creating mass product in one location, and understanding global approach as well. So there's a balance, and I think the system-wise, there needs to be a refinement to it. And I think it takes leadership to have confidence to make change and to look at collections differently. You know, at Burberry years ago, we talked about seasonless collections, you know, collections that are, you know, 12 months, which aren't about seasons, and you slow that down and you chop it up in different drops. There's different ways to look at it, and I think it needs an innovative approach and a different mindset. Joseph, go.
Joseph.
I was just going to reflect a little on who leads the sustainable, you know, who is really leading that conversation. Is it the consumer, or is it the brands? And you know, in answer to that, it needs to be the brands. Like, we need to be really conscious of, back to Erin's point, the storytelling and the slowing down, and make that part of the communication again in a positive way. I think we all slowed down because of COVID, you know, and our last fashion collection was in 2017. And already then we were doing 8 collections a year. It was getting all a bit crazy. And then I think, COVID slowed everything down. And then the industry got, let's say, lazy a bit as well by then just putting out lots of product out there that was substandard too. So then 2 things happened. The consumer got disappointed by, you've raised prices, but where's the innovation? And then secondly, we as the industry weren't telling the story of, this is why we've got to maintain now this slowness, this conscious storytelling of, if we start chasing this tail again, we'll be back to where the industry was with multiple collections, too much product. So in answer to your question, I think, if the world is sort of left to its own devices and we as brand owners and storytellers don't get ahead of that and lead the conversation, then demand might start to get us back into a world where there's just, we're back to the same old. So we're at a pivot point, I think, and the challenge, one of the big challenges for the fashion industry is to make sure that we, in this world that we're emerging from, where the customer has been disappointed by the industry of late, the facts and figures speak to that. That we take charge and storytell the sustainability message that's really cultural and important for us all to keep central.
There's two comments very quickly, because it's about you, not me, but 2 comments I've made very quickly. Number one is, I think 162 luxury brands during COVID said that they would stop flying people around the world for cruise collections, and they've all gone back on it. A huge amount of them said that they were going to stop doing specific holiday collections, etc., etc. A huge amount of talk went on during COVID that has been completely forgotten and retracted. And also, talking to Joseph particularly, I'm not correct, because I think I've got it down too low, but the very first Matthew Williamson collection, which I was at with Kate Moss, I think, were there 23 pieces or something in that very first collection? It
11,
was tiny.
11.
11.
Yes, and we made everyone stand in the audience because we couldn't afford chairs, but yes. We started very small.
But the point about it is that then when you get on, I think what we're all saying is that the industry needs to stop running, in a sense, is one of the big things. Right, Maria?
I was just going to say, looking in at brands, I find a lot of the brands are all chasing too many customers. They're not as focused as they used to be. And sometimes for a consumer, that can be very confusing, because you can go into a brand that maybe you're attracted to the window or you're attracted to the website. You go in and then you start questioning, is this brand for me? And I was with somebody who's not in the industry the other day, and she was saying, oh, I don't really like this fit of this trouser. I'm going to see what this retailer's version of it is. And so we had a conversation about how the retailers on the high street in particular all have the same ranges and are all chasing the same broad customer base. And if only they sort of really do the research of who the customer is and what they want, then they may be more focused and do exactly, contract that range down, produce less but sell more. And I think that's from a customer perspective, really, that they want clarity of which brands are they aligned with, and why is there so much choice, and why does everybody do the same thing? There's sort of some of the research that I've done around the customers and their feedback. So that's what fits in with this idea of being more focused.
I guess very quickly, one of the big differences for people who remember when the UK High Street had, it had BHS, it had Debenhams, it had Wallace shops, it had Miss Selfridge. What's also happened is that by there being fewer names now, they are trying to appeal to everyone that went to different shops, in a sense.
Yeah, but I think they're failing in that.
Right, Joseph Mountain.
Yeah, I just want to touch on what Maria said because it's absolutely bang on. I think we did what's called a materiality assessment in our organisation, and this is about looking at what impacts does your business have on people and the environment, and then you do what's called a double materiality. So then you go, well, what are the potential impacts of people and the environment on us as a business? And it's what it really does. It helps a business understand what are the environmental and social issues going on in and around the world, what are we impacting, but what can also influence us and our organization. And the idea is ultimately to get you to financially commit to various initiatives and drive real change. And we put the customer's opinion at the very top of that assessment because they're ultimately who we're here to serve. And is what was so interesting was that there was this overlining theme of trust that was just wanted. So we understand the customer is price driven, they're quality driven, they're style driven, and they're into making sure that you've got ethical compliance within your organization. That's obviously important for them. And you know, they like sustainability, they like that things are made of recycled materials or organic content. But they're not the primary drivers. They just expect that from your organization. And actually they just want to be able to trust you. They want to be trusting that everything they're buying from you is gonna when you say it's next day delivery, it's gonna come next day delivery, that it's gonna be of a certain quality, it's easy to care for, and plus if you do wash it and dry it's not going to shrink and lose its color, you know, all those sort of fundamental basics. And then they also expect it to come from a factory with good working practices. So for us, it made it not that sustainability was like this siloed practice that we put on the side and we do loads of greenwashing and we sort of give it the jazz hands, but actually these should just be embedded in how we operate, and we just need to communicate that really clearly to the customer. So I think Maria's bang on. It's making sure we're appealing to who our customer is and really creating community around that, to make sure we've got that trust and relationship with them.
Jay.
I think just serving Maria completely. I think customer and trust, they're so important. And I always go back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You know, belonging is such an important part. And that's what brands are there to do. They're not there to sell product only. They're there to connect people. And I think we need to understand what the narrative is. And I think everyone is completely on storytelling is one of our greatest superpowers as human beings, but as brands, it's even more important. And I think capturing that, and I think it's not about sustainability, it's about responsibility as a brand. Brands need to take responsibility of what they're putting out there and how they stand and how they show up and how they add value to customers' lives. It's not selling clothing anymore. They need to go deeper. They need to offer. They need to make sure that they are impacting people in a positive way. And that's where brands are going to win. And when they kind of change the narrative around that and just think not just about profit, but about impact. And that needs to be, you know, a KPI, you know, in the boardroom. Until that is, then it's not going to change because it's all around financial. But that's it. The more we talk about it, the more we can make that impact and bring that to the forefront as well.
Thank you. I'm going to give you the final question because we're getting near time. And I'm going to condense sort of 6 points. So bear with me for a moment. The future of fashion, the next generation, their skills and mindsets, what makes a young creative stand out? What advice or what are you looking for in the future generation that's coming through in fashion? So it's where would you, you know, it's the future of fashion. What are your observations, your advice, your comments? What is something that you would, with obviously this is a student day, these are people, the future of fashion. What would you say to them? And I'm going to start with Maria and then go up the list that I've got in front of me.
Okay, for me, it's first impressions. When you think about it, all the students today have been brilliant without exception. and the quality of the work they produce is brilliant without exception. And I suspect there are a lot more students of equal standing who never got shortlisted. But what I always look for and what I always notice with people is this first impression. And one of the things I used to do in the lecture theatres, and it used to really spook students, don't know if you remember, Joseph, but I used to just march into the lecture theatre, walk up to the front row, put my hands out and say, "Hi, I'm Maria, pleased to meet you." And some of them would absolutely freak out. It was sort of, what are you doing? Because, and I think it's really important that students realise that they are one of many and what's going to make them stand out. One of the easiest things they can do is eye contact, shake the hand, make a good first impression, because straight away that box is ticked. And that box is, will this person be a good ambassador for my company? And they virtually sort of say absolutely in that those first few seconds. So I would be practicing those social skills, and it sounds weird to say practice those social skills, and for some people it will come as second nature, but for others it won't. They may have been hibernating in the room studying for 4 years. They may have come off the back of COVID. It's not something that's natural to them. They're comfortable in their own little circle, but go into a room of people, and this isn't easy, because even I feel sometimes I go into a room of strangers, I'm very nervous. I'm not saying it's an easy thing to do, but practice it. Practice that eye contact, greeting, active listening, all those sort of softer skills that are nothing to do with the subject, but that will make you memorable. And that's probably the biggest piece of advice I could give a student now.
Thank you. Phaedra, you there? Okay, Erin.
No, I think we lost her. I'm going to kind of continue along Maria's vein, really. I think that first impression, that feeling of, oh, I don't know if I want to ask that, I would say don't wait. Don't wait to be fully confident before contributing. Ask really good questions. Stay close to what you love, culture, be curious. Always want to learn, embrace technology. I heard a really great quote the other day saying AI isn't going to replace humans, but humans with AI will replace humans without it. So be curious and protect your opinion and your point of view, because I think in a world with AI, everybody's got access to very, very similar tools. So what's going to differentiate you is your truth, your opinion, and how you contribute. So build that range, be creative, be commercially aware, learn the intricacies of how a business grows, how your customers think, how the commercials, the product and the marketing all connect together. And really just learn your craft. And I think the people, you know, much to Maria's point, who stand out today are the ones that combine their own opinion with curiosity, leading from the front. And I think what I wish I'd known earlier probably is you don't have to have everything mapped out. I think it matters, like staying open, building your own capability and adaptability, and saying yes to stuff that stretches you and scares you, being somebody that you can put your hand up in a meeting, being like, I'll take that project. Inside, I have no idea how I'm going to do it, but being able to think, adapt, collaborate with other people is going to make you stand out. And I think that is ultimately the future of our industry, you know, thinking differently, thinking before somebody else. So I think that combination will always be very, very valuable.
Thank you very much. Mr. Solanki, you are next.
Thank you, Tony. That was great advice, Erin. I wish I had that advice when I was graduating. Steve Jobs had a quote, stay hungry, stay foolish. I think it's so important. Be hungry. And I think, as Erin emphasized, put your hand up, go for it. Just really, honestly, be the one. If you don't have all the answers, figure it out. And I think showing the ability of going beyond anyone else, that's going to be what's going to allow you to get further as well. And smile and be happy. And people want people that are going to be smiley and want to be around them and a joy to work with. You know, no one wants to work with someone that is, you know, negative or always finding the ways that you can't do something. When I'm looking at teams, I always want people that have the right value. One of my values is smile and happy and be, enjoy what you do. You want people on your team that reflect that. So make people want you to be on their team. And that's such an important part. And I think joy is such a part that we don't talk about, and show that you have joy, that you can bring joy to the team. And you'll have all the skills and knowledge that you'll bring. It's so important, especially in a world where technology is so prevalent. Show the humanness of what you bring to a space. Your humanness is your superpower. So use that. So that would be my advice.
Thank you. And Joseph Velosa next.
Okay. We're conscious we don't have much time, and there's already been some great advice. I'd just like to echo a lot of what has been said. And my advice overall to fashion students is actually, I think we're in a better place than we were a few years ago. We're actively having conversations about the fact that the employment market is tough out there. So what do we need to do to face up to that? And I think that resurgence now that we're all speaking to of open up our humanness, embrace technology. AI is only ever an output to the human input. It's giving us tools to be able to shape what it gives us, right? But we're still, as far as we know, in the driving seat. So yes, the job market is really tough, and you do need to embrace your human qualities. Return to center. Make sure that your values are things that you really look out for in this overcrowded job market. And I'm also an executive coach, and one of the things that we have as a kind of cornerstone is performance is only ever capabilities times attitude squared. And what that speaks to is your attitude is really the main driver of what will be able to get you through into where you want to get to. Keeping that positive mindset, returning to center to who you are, is really, in this overcrowded world, you'll always have that. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you. And finally, Joseph Mountain, it's you to wrap up.
Gosh, what's left to say? I mean, what everyone said is really great advice. I think I'll come at it from like a bit of a purpose angle. So I think, I would just say, look to come into this industry with some form of purpose and meaning. And I think whatever that purpose is, whether it's supporting a community, addressing climate change, or wanting better ethical practices in this industry, make that impression and really drive towards that purpose. And I think if you do that, you really won't consider this like work. You will just consider it as a hobby and a passion that you're really driving towards. I certainly don't consider. I mean, obviously, I'm a bit abnormal. I work way too much, but that's purely because I love what I do and I'm really passionate about it. And then also I think, being in my space as well, the world we're seeing we're seeing the world is changing quite a lot, and I think it's going to require us to think really differently than we have in the past. So I would just say, be the kind of people who's going to come and try and solve it and change this industry, because that's what needs to happen. We need people who are going to come in, disrupt, challenge ideas and social norms, and make a real difference. So I'll finish it there.
Thank you. We could have gone on for so much longer, but we have to wind up. I've built an entire career on saying yes to things I didn't know how to do, which I always say to students. Find out how to do it afterwards. If you're asked to do something, find out how to do it. Call someone who knows how to do it, because there's always a way around it. Thank you so much. I hope it's given students food for thought. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and have a wonderful weekend when we get there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Right. We are now going to have our last group of student presentations. We have 3 different sections. We have sustainability, international concept, and entrepreneurship. And the first one is going to be with Tommy Hilfiger, and Claire is going to be our industry representative, looking at an award for sustainability. And we're, I think, only a few minutes past our schedule starting time. So I think Rebecca will be our first student. Are you there, Claire?
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hi.
I'm Claire, I'm from Tommy Hilfiger. I am the Sustainability Director for Commerce and Messaging. My role really centres around how we talk about sustainability with our consumers and with our wholesale partners. So my everyday looks like looking at claims, working with marketing teams on guidelines, but also seeing which stories we want to tell and how we want to tell them in hopefully an authentic way, to enable our consumers to make better choices, better decisions about the products that they're buying. So I loved all of the presentations that we had to review before, and I'm looking forward to the next 4.
Wonderful. Thank you. Are you there, Rebecca?
Yeah.
You're on.
I'm on. So hi everyone, I'm Rebecca from Nottingham Trent University. So during my recent placement year in merchandising, working in a fast fashion brand, I saw hundreds of samples being discarded each week and heard frequent concerns of our warehouses being overfilled with stock that wasn't shifting quickly enough. As someone who's passionate about sustainability, I was shocked to see that throwing away perfectly wearable garments had become completely normalised, and I decided that I wanted to create a solution for this, as I wasn't completely comfortable with being a contributor to the growing environmental impact of the fashion industry. Therefore, Back in Fashion was born as my final year business plan, a business-to-business sustainability hub for fashion brands with excess inventory, with redistribution, reworking and regeneration solutions aimed to help transform unsellable garments to be back in fashion. Back in Fashion's aim is to be a hassle-free and cost-effective solution for brands, making sustainable practices easier and more accessible. The business helps brands achieve compliance with new legislation, such as the EU ESPR regulation. Additionally, after partnering with Back in Fashion, customers are provided with a sustainability dashboard, which shares data such as carbon emissions reduction and water savings that can be used by brands within internal reporting. Alongside secondary research, I conducted 14 interviews with industry professionals, including buyers and merchandisers, small fashion business owners, sustainability experts, and competitors. From my research, I found that overproduction is a problem that is structurally embedded within the fashion system for reasons such as suppliers imposing large MOQs on buyers, the rise of microtrends, unpredictable weather patterns, and the expansion of omnichannel retail, all of which make accurate buying quantity predictions challenging. Lots of brands are making efforts to sustainably handle their unsold stock. For example, ASOS has a test and react model on 10% of their own brand products. However, for many brands, excess stock is one of their largest problems due to profit loss and warehouse storage space. Common quick fix solutions include sending to landfill or exporting stock to secondary markets. Unfortunately, 50% of UK retailers recognise limited financial margins as a barrier to investing in circular initiatives, with the current economic climate making brands reluctant to budget for sustainable practices. However, this makes it difficult for brands to be compliant with legislation, especially with the UK government now considering a textile EPR similar to the EU. This highlights the urgent need for change within the industry, and this is where Back in Fashion comes in. As a brief overview, Back in Fashion's first solution, which focuses on the reuse section of the textiles resource hierarchy, is the redistribution of unsold stock, samples, and returns. We buy stock from brands, helping them to recover profits, and they can then opt for branding and label removal if they wish, and then stock will be made exclusively available to verified third-party sellers. Secondly, Back in Fashion has an upcycling solution called Rework, where garments can be enhanced by our upcycling team through design adaptations such as the one shown in this new look example with the denim jacket. They are then returned to the brands ready to be put back on the market. Finally, and as a recommendation for further research into new technologies becoming available, the Regenerate solution will offer recycling for garments which are unsellable and unrepairable. This will begin as thermomechanical recycling of polyester garments in a closed-loop system. Ultimately, Back in Fashion offers a clear improvement on existing industry practices through cost-effective, hassle-free circular solutions and accessible sustainability reporting. While Back in Fashion alone will not solve the fashion industry sustainability crisis overnight, it aims to be part of the wider shift towards a more responsible and circular future for fashion, proving that sustainability can be commercially viable, accessible, and built into everyday business operations. By helping clothing become back in fashion instead of becoming waste, the business hopes to create lasting environmental impact one garment at a time. Thank you for listening.
So great. I read your presentation before, and it was really, really strong. And you presented it today beautifully. So thank you. Yeah, it's one of the biggest issues that we have facing the industry, but it's also one of the ones that people don't really want to talk about. So the fact that you brought it to the table today so that we can all discuss it, and many of these things are hidden to the consumer, right? The industry doesn't want you to know about this problem. So yeah, very well presented and great idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Yelizaveta and I'm a London College of Fashion student, and I really appreciate this opportunity to present my project today, Driving Resale Adoption Through AI, a Circular Business Model for Res. So today I'll discuss the market and brand context, the research process and findings which together shape the final strategy of this project. In the UK fashion market, consumer confidence is low, spending is polarized. However, despite a challenging environment, the importance of sustainability for fashion consumers is growing. The State of Fashion 2026 highlights several growth opportunities such as resale and AI integration. Responsible usage of AI within resale can help streamline its adoption, benefiting circularity and overall sustainability progress. For this industry-aligned project, I have chosen a British fashion house, Res, following my one-year placement in the brand's e-commerce team. Furthermore, attainable luxury and premium fashion brands like Res, offering timeless, high-quality products, are more likely to benefit from resale. Despite the brand's strong sustainability commitment, I have identified an opportunity for sustainability development through resale. Therefore, the aim of this project was to develop an AI-powered, branded resale platform for the brand to support its sustainability agenda in the UK market. To achieve this goal, the survey of 150 UK fashion consumers identified key barriers to engagement with online resale. Then the interviews with AI and fashion e-commerce experts explored how these barriers can be lifted using AI while adapting it to the fashion industry. The survey found that sellers struggle the most with packing and shipping, product listing, and platform selection, while buyers consider authenticity, quality, cleanness, and product discovery their main challenges. In the interviews, while discussing possible AI solutions for these challenges, visual product search emerged as the most mentioned feature, as well as it has been selected by survey participants as the most useful feature for their resale experience. The interviews also highlighted how important it is for premium fashion brands particularly to adapt such innovations to their identity and customer base, as well as maintain an omni-channel approach despite AI integration. Based on these findings, I have proposed to introduce a managed resale platform in partnership with third-party AI and resale providers. The online pre-loved platform would build on their regional brand identity, allowing customers to shop pre-owned products in the familiar experience or trade them in for a store credit. An in-store trade-in system would allow the brand to introduce an omni-channel approach, responding to consumer needs for human touch. A resale as a service provider would address most challenges by managing product grading, listing, and fulfillment for the brand on the managed platform. The partnership would also address the complexity, the financial and operational complexity of resale integration. To resolve the challenge of product discovery, AI-powered visual product search will be integrated into the platform by a software as a service provider, also addressing the complexity of AI integration. To view a more detailed customer journey and platform functionality overview video, you can scan the QR code on the bottom right. To summarize, this project has aligned brand and industry context, resale and AI opportunities with consumer and industry needs to develop and shape a commercially viable strategy for an AI-powered branded resale platform with the consumer at its center. This formula can be applied to any brands that fit similar characteristics to close the loop and contribute to a more sustainable fashion future. Thank you.
Such a great presentation. Thank you so much. I've watched the video, and I think that the video just blew me away. It was so professionally done and really, really well. Yeah, really great. I think it should be called maybe resale, but
yeah.
I love the idea, honestly, and I think it's great how you are like bringing the consumer back to the store to experience it, but you're also inviting new customers, right? By customers that maybe didn't think that they wanted to shop pre-loved or secondhand before are actually like invited to take part. So you're really like meeting the consumer where they are today and not making them. I think it's really difficult when we try to get consumers to change their habits in a very drastic way, but making it really accessible is meeting the consumer where they are today. And I think that's the real unlock that you've taken here. So great project and well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. So just as a FYI, Harry's not able to join us today. So we've got a pre-recorded video for you to take a look at. I might actually just have to share and reshare just to make sure that I'm sharing sound. So just bear with me a second. Hey Claire, can you just give me a thumbs up if you can hear this in a second, please?
Hi, I'm Harry, and this is Do Not Eat, a Cornwall-born surfwear brand that doesn't make new suits. We repair what's already out there, resell what still works, and put pattern panels in the bits that don't. So the aim was pretty simple: keep wetsuits in the water for longer. Because most of them get replaced way before they're actually knackered. A snapped seam, a worn knee panel, a busted zip, and a £350 suit ends up in a skip. We'd rather use them properly first, and while we're at it, make repair look like something you'd want, not something you'd settle for. A badge of honour, not a compromise. I did the research where the wearers actually are, on the beach, in the car park, in the surf school. The main thing was a survey called the Wetsuit Workshop. 55 surfers of any level, 9 questions about how they'd actually treat their kit, what they wish was different, and what they'd pay for. Then 2 interviews. Dr. Julie Ripley, who wrote her PhD on surf culture and material meaning. She gave me the language for why a repaired suit isn't a lesser suit. And then Lucy Soloway at Fourth Element, who walked me through what's actually possible with neoprene once it's already been cut. And then the bit that mattered the most. I worked with Bodyline wetsuits in Nike. They did an actual repair similar to what you can see on the slide. Damaged panels cut out, patterned Ulex stitched in. A real suit repaired by a real workshop, not just a render. 3 numbers did most of the work. 1, 8,380 tonnes. That's how many wetsuits go to landfill globally every single year. Tom Kay at Finisterre. And he'd know. 2, 87.5% of the surfers I surveyed said wetsuits don't let them express themselves. They're plain black, or, if you're a woman, they've got flowers on them. That's the choice. 3, 96.4% said they'd use a repair service if it let them customise the suit. Almost everyone. So, the waste is real, the demand is real, and the gap between them is what DNE stands for.
4 things. Repair, don't replace. Make visible mending the actual product, not a service tucked away behind a new collection. No new suits. There are already enough in the world, so we work with what's there. Resell, repair, customization. That's the whole offer. Be honest about it. It's still neoprene or Ulex, still not perfect. We're not going to pretend otherwise. Beaverland's research on brand authenticity backs this up. Customers smell a cleaned up sustainability story from a mile away. Honesty travels further. And launch the way our people already move. 12 weeks, 20 grand, earned first. 30 creators seeded with free repairs, 4 physical events, and a B Corp certification on the longer horizon. That's it. That's D&E. Marked, mended, and still moving. And if you're in, you're in. Thank you.
Really nice to see. I hope Harry can see the recording so she can see my comments. But really great presentation. I think that she's done great research in understanding her consumer and understanding her market, because obviously it's very different from other markets. So I think that was really strong. I think the idea of repair is really a hot topic at the moment, and brands want to be seen to be doing the right thing. So this is a perfect, easy add-on. So great work.
Claire. We've got Paris next.
Hello, I'm Paris from University of Salford, and this is my service idea, Objects of Wear. So according to McKinsey, consumers bought 60% more garments in 2014 compared to 2000, whilst keeping these clothes for half as long. Another contributor to this waste is the influx of microtrends. Seeking a personal style shouldn't involve engaging with fleeting trends, but rather investing in pieces that hold personal meaning and connection, a connection that can extend the life of our clothing and reduce waste. This is what led to my concept for a customizable, made-to-measure women's wear service. Involving women in the design process allows them to explore their personal style through the fabric and detail choices. Using a customer's personal measurements also guarantees a flattering fit to tackle the flawed sizing system of fast fashion. So it allows customers to co-design their garments using a pre-designed silhouette. Each piece is made to order using dead stock and recycled fabrics, and it's tailored to the exact client's measurements. So by combining personalization, precise fit, and responsible sourcing, this service strengthens the emotional connection to our clothing and informs more mindful consumption. It specifically targets women aged 25 to 45 with a higher income, as the average shows that people with higher incomes produce 76% more clothing waste than people with lower incomes. So the aims of this is to encourage mindful consumption, empower women through clothing that fits them accurately, disrupt the fast pace of disposable trends, reduce waste and carbon emissions through conscious production and sustainability across the entire supply chain, and to create a more personal and fulfilling, long-lasting wardrobe. So for my research, I conducted one focus group interview. I conducted a survey, a public survey, and also an interview with Dr. Elaine Rich, a reader in fashion and sustainability. And I also carried out some observations on 4 competitor brands. It was difficult to find competitors who also do customizable clothing ranges that also appeal to a younger demographic who are more interested in stylish clothing, not trend-driven clothing, but more expressive clothing. So my findings were that customers value clothing that has a tailored fit. The material quality and the comfort of the material are also very key components. And my interview with Dr. Elaine Rich, she discovered how consumers are generally happier and invested in their wardrobes, and they have a stronger sense of identity through owning a capsule wardrobe. Consumers currently lack an emotional attachment to their clothing, and involving them in this process can add a stronger symbolic value. And currently, participants of my survey show that they have low levels of emotional connection to their current clothing. So moving forward with this brand, recommendations, I'm going to be implementing digital product passports and to allow customers to understand the entire production of their garment from manufacturing to delivery, and this helps to build consumer trust. I will also be creating a circular business model through a take-back scheme by partnering with Sojo. So if there are any damages, if there's anything that needs to be repaired or altered, customers can return their garments and it can be repaired or tailored when returned to Sojo. And this helps to extend the lifespan of their product as well. So I will also be utilizing social media as a form of education and to inform consumers on how they can implement sustainability into their lifestyles as well. As 70% of UK adults also agreed that personalizing fashion items give them more emotional value. So I will also be working with sustainable manufacturers and distribution for sustainability across the entire supply chain. So I have a bit of information about the finances and just a few posts from my social media and how the website works. And that's my brand idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris. It was great. Well done. Very well presented. I really like the fact that you were using the dead stock fabrics and the customization and really making it personal to the consumer. I think that we call it like emotional durability, and when that customer has that emotional durability, they're much, they will probably more likely send it to Sojo to have it repaired because they have a connection. It was only last night that I was sewing up a sleeve of a shirt because it was the first shirt that I wore on a date with my partner. So when there's an emotional attachment to a piece of clothing, people really value it, and if they've gone into the trouble of designing it with you in your collection, then I think they're going to keep it for longer. So it was a great idea and really strong presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Claire. We'll be in touch later on. And now we're moving on to Tommy Hilfiger and the award, Bella Freud, get it right, Bella Freud, and the award for International Concept. And Ona, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here. How are you doing?
Brilliant. So then we can start with the 4 people who are going to present for the Bella Freud International Concept Award. Bruce, are you there? Bruce Hendrick, any sign?
Doesn't look like Bruce is in the call, Tony.
Right. Shall we move on to Samaya? Are you there, Samaya?
Yes, hi.
Hello. Right, you're on a little bit early. Are you ready?
Yes, that's fine.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, my name is Samaya Chabra, and today I will be presenting to you AFBE by Fab India. It is a sensitivity-aware innerwear system designed for comfort, recovery, and everyday confidence. AFBE was created to answer a gap in the Indian wear market and a personal reflection as well, which I had after battling breast cancer in the past. Women who need comfort, sensitivity, and recovery support are often forced to choose between two extremes, either fashion-led innerwear that looks desirable but may not completely support physical sensitivity, or clinical recovery wear that functions well but can feel medical or emotionally detached. So the opportunity was to create something in between, innerwear that is soft support to the body and a confidence building everyday wear. On the left side of the poster, this contrast is visually depicted and supported by my primary research. A key interview inside was that women felt that there was nothing in between. It was either medical looking, recovery wear, or fashion led innerwear that did not work for sensitivity and discomfort. Sorry. My survey findings are also supported by this, with 46% experiencing irritation from fabric, seams, and straps, approximately 85% of people feeling that they would switch brands for better comfort. So that gives us an opportunity to introduce something new into the market. And overall, an 80% finding the concept of Avya highly appealing. So Avya is just not a design idea, but a real consumer pain point and a commercially relevant opportunity for a brand like Fab India. On the right side of the poster, I have summarized the solution. Avya is a comfort-led, sensitivity-aware innerwear line that builds around 5 pillars: skin-sensitive materials, adaptive fit, pressure-free construction, emotional reassurance, and recovery-conscious support. Together, these help move the product away from a clinical feeling and towards something that is more human, more everyday, and emotionally supportive. In the center of the poster lies the Avya Comfort System, which shows how the product delivers comfort through construction. Wide pressure distributing straps reducing the shoulder digging, soft wireless support providing shape without rigid underwire structure, flat seam finishing reducing friction, the soft underband holding gently without any harsh compression, while breathable power mesh zones support airflow and movement. I've also included the Smart Cell Sensitive fabric as a gentle skin lining contact for sensitive areas. This adds material innovation element and strengthens Avia position from just being a standard comfort innerwear line. At the bottom of the poster is 6 capsule range, each with a different role, from entry level everyday comfort to adaptive support and hero innovation. This helps to show that Avia is just not one product, but a structured innerwear system with commercial range planning behind it. Finally, in the commercial pilot section, I have proposed a controlled 2,000 unit launch across 21 color SKUs with a projected retail value of £41,000 and an estimated ROI of 132.39%. This shows that the concept has both design relevance and a commercial viability as a focused Fab India pilot. To sum it all up for you, Avya repositions innerwear as something beyond appearance. It gives women an option that they should have already had in the past, innerwear that supports sensitivity and recovery without asking them to compromise on comfort or confidence, while staying completely aligned with the brand's identity of natural, responsible, and being emotionally grounded. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Hannah, are you there and ready?
Yes.
Marvellous. Thank you.
So hi everyone, I'm Hannah Grieve from Nottingham Trent University, and I'm incredibly excited for this opportunity to present my research today. So my final dissertation report explored the question, to what extent is the impact of globalization and cultural exchange affecting the aesthetics and identity of luxury fashion? So I chose this topic because luxury fashion is currently experiencing significant transformation. Whilst luxury has traditionally been built on heritage, craftsmanship, and exclusivity, today's brands are increasingly shaped by global consumer cultures, digital connectivity, and cross-cultural influence. So as a student, having focused on luxury small brands during my placement year, and moving forward to start a role with Ralph Lauren during the summer, I wanted to understand how these changes are influencing brand identity, consumer expectations, and ultimately the future of luxury fashion. So to investigate this, I adopted a mixed methods research approach. This combined extensive secondary research, drawing on over 100 sources, including books, academic journals, luxury industry reports, and professional media commentary. This helped establish the theoretical foundations surrounding luxury, globalization, and consumer behavior. Alongside this, I conducted primary research consisting of consumer questionnaire responses, 3 focus groups, and 15 industry interviews. The focus groups explored perspectives from Gen Z British vintage consumers, Gen Z Hong Kong fashion students, and accessible luxury consumers. So the Hong Kong focus group in particular was very influential during the process for me, as discussions around cultural interpretation, symbolism, and regional perceptions of luxury reinforced the need to investigate how global brands engage with different cultural audiences. The industry interviews provided valuable insights from a professional perspective, with individuals connected to brands including Chanel, Burberry, Bally, and of course Vogue. I also conducted case study analysis on Miu Miu and The Row to understand how luxury brands are responding to global influences whilst maintaining distinct identities. So from this research, several findings were gathered and were emerged. So the first was that luxury identity is becoming increasingly global, of course. So brands are no longer defined solely by their heritage or their country of origin, but are actually increasingly influenced by international markets, cross-cultural inspiration, and global consumer expectations. The research also highlighted changing consumer priorities. Whilst exclusivity remains important, consumers consistently placed emphasis on authenticity and craftsmanship, as well as cultural relevance and the meaningful brand values. Another key finding was the impact of digital culture. So digital platforms are accelerating the spread of trends and aesthetics across global markets, creating opportunities for brands to reach different audiences, but also increasing the risk of aesthetic convergences, where brands become increasingly similar and lose their true distinctiveness. So overall, the findings suggest that luxury identity is not disappearing, but evolving into something more globally connected and culturally influenced. So based on these findings, I developed 3 key recommendations. So luxury brands should continue preserving heritage and craftsmanship whilst remaining culturally relevant. They should embrace innovation and digital evolution without compromising what makes them distinctive. And then finally, brands should invest in culturally sensitive storytelling that creates authentic connections with increasingly diverse global audiences. So the brands that will succeed in the future are not those that resist global change, but those that embrace it while remaining authentic. That's the end of my presentation, so thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Right. Prenda, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you. You're on.
Hi, everyone. My name is Prenda. I'm from Ravensbourne University. And I firstly just want to say thank you for shortlisting me for the International Concept Award. And I'm really excited to share Maison Congo with you. Maison Congo is a luxury women's wear brand inspired by my Congolese heritage, craftsmanship, and storytelling. The aim of the brand is to reposition African culture within the global luxury fashion market through elevated and modern design. Maison Congo comes from a very personal place for me. Growing up, I often felt that the conversations surrounded around Congo were heavily centered around conflict, struggle, and suffering. So through Maison Congo, I wanted to help shift that narrative and instead highlight the beauty, creativity, craftsmanship, and cultural richness that also exists within Congolese identity. The vision behind the brand was to create a luxury fashion label that feels both culturally authentic and internationally relevant. A lot of my inspiration came from Kuba craftsmanship and Lasap culture and the growing visibility of African luxury within the global fashion industry. To develop the project, I carried out research into global luxury markets and culturally driven fashion brands. One key takeaway was understanding the rise of heritage and culture global market, which in 2025 was valued at $7.8 billion. I also carried out primary research, which included surveys and interviews with members of the Congolese community in London, to better understand their interests and perceptions of African luxury fashion and the importance of cultural representation within fashion. One of the key findings was that consumers are increasingly looking for brands with authenticity, cultural depth, and storytelling rather than just trend-driven fashion. I also within international markets. The key locations for the brand are London, Paris, and Kinshasa, as these places have big Congolese and African communities. Design takes place in London, manufacturing in the Congo, and promotional events in Paris. The brand prioritizes sourcing materials and working with artisans within the Democratic Republic of Congo, particularly through traditional techniques such as raffia weaving or kuba cloth. We aim to be transparent and build open and honest supply chains, allowing our customers to make more informed and conscious purchasing decisions. Maison Congo combines Congolese craftsmanship with contemporary luxury tailoring in a way that feels globally relevant while still staying connected to its cultural roots. The brand is designed to grow through digital visibility, e-commerce, and future international expansion, whilst continuing to champion African creativity and craftsmanship. So for me, Maison Congo is more than just creating clothing. It's about creating representation, celebrating heritage, and showing a different perspective of Congo through fashion in a way that just feels modern, elevated, and globally relevant. And that's it for me today. Thank you for listening.
Just a quick note to you, Anna. We've got Roos has joined us. I think there was a little bit of a comments mix-up. So I'm just going to flick back to Roos quickly.
Great.
There we go. Over to you, Roos.
Yeah. Over to you, Roos.
Hiya. So my presentation is about Pinterest maps. I've decided to create an extension to Pinterest because Pinterest is known where people create their own lives, create their dream lives actually. And so I thought it was important for people to actually get the chance to find them where they live locally. So I created this extension of maps where people can find local big businesses, but where they can see their aesthetic. So my key findings, I've looked into the Symposium era where we basically lean on AI to manage our lives, where we can put down the phone and we can enjoy. And I think that has a really important part in this extension where AI can figure out what the best place for us to go to. And then selfscapes. People are constantly looking for things to go to on their own, discover on their own, see what they love. And so this is really flows into this nicely where it's so important to find places where you can go on your own, find community. And then, of course, the Gen Z loneliness that we're all feeling after the pandemic, but still with us being constantly online. This is a way to put down your phone and find your aesthetic, find your life, find your community. So my key drivers are really focused on community building and spotlighting small businesses as well. I think it's a great way to show your local businesses because Pinterest is already known for supporting small businesses, helping them with their content, helping them with how to grow in Pinterest. And I think we can really boost local small businesses to local audiences through maps. And of course, it's very much aesthetic led. So very much of what we love. So if you are into clean girl aesthetic or you're very much a sporty person looking for run clubs, this is such a great way to find that. So the values really It helps pinners turn online inspiration into real life experiences, encouraging connection, confidence, and meaningful memories away from social media. By curating a smaller selection of places, it also reduces the decision fatigue caused by endless online choices. I think a huge part of Gen Z is looking up places on TikTok and Instagram and having all these false reviews of this is amazing and then ending up with such disappointment because it's just about being viral. And here it's really what you love as an individual and what you want to see. And I thought it was so important because I love Pinterest and I thought the only thing that's actually missing is how I can find what I love locally. So that's the whole concept. This is the app version that I'm showing right now, but I also have the website version and the business journey as well, how businesses can be part of this and how they will take part when they already have a business account, but also when they want to register as one. So the whole pitch is to discover it, pin it, but also plan and book it instead of just keeping it on the app as a pin and then moving away to another website to actually find it. It will all be in one app. So, yes, that's it.
Thank you very much. So, thank you, and thank you, Ona, as well. We will talk to you later, and I think it's time for us to move on to the final four presenting, which is for entrepreneurship. That was, yes, entrepreneurship with differently
and resale app specifically for the sale of items within charity shops. As shown on screen, the concept is that the user scrolls through the app, browsing items within local charity shops, saving items to their wish list, dibsing or reserving the item, claiming and collecting, and paying in full in store. Then repeating the cycle by redonating again through the Dibs app. The interface design of the app can be seen on the left of the screen, showing some of the pages of both the user and store logins. So the problem that Dibs solves is closing the convenience gap between accessibility to circular fashion and fast fashion, with the mission statement being to help people buy better for themselves and the planet by streamlining access to secondhand clothing within their local community, with the purpose of offsetting the negative impact of fast fashion, and a vision to make circular fashion the simplest, most rewarding way to shop. So the key demographic of Dibs is not gender specific, but mainly targets Gen Z who are eco-conscious with individualistic style, that live in urban areas and are influenced by social media. So my primary and secondary research showed that younger demographics experience a sensory overload within charity shops, often making it a daunting experience, and Gen Z in particular is willing to pay for convenience, and they have a need for curation. And these aspects of retail are not currently offered by charity shops, and this is the innovation that Dibs seeks to give the consumer. So with little innovation taking place within the charity space, the main competitors of Dibs are eBay, Vinted and Depop, as secondhand resale is the natural alternative to Dibs in terms of values and the business model. However, with resellers taking advantage of consumers, trust and delivery fees are becoming major issues for these platforms. eBay is the only other online retailer that partners with charities, but this is only for higher value items and still includes delivery. So the business model of Dibs is a B2C using reserve online, purchase in-store retail model, generating revenue that is commission-based with customers paying 20% of the price of their selective item in order to reserve it. So the team and resources necessary include a co-founder from the tech industry, a contracted developer to create the app, as well as an initial partnership with a charitable organization. For the startup, after gaining a charity partnership, a pilot store test would be conducted with paid store scanners employed to scan all items within the pilot store and then uploading them to the app to test the usability and feasibility of the software. And the current state of the secondhand market is focused on incoming extended producer responsibility legislation within the EU, holding retailers accountable for a product's end of life. Charity shops are using this as an opportunity to gain donations of leftover stock from large fashion corporations. And this is where Dibs' analytics come in, showing CO2 saved and money raised through purchases and donations. So donators can see the environmental and social impacts their charitable donations make. So the UN Sustainable Development Goals that DIBS contributes to is number 11, sustainable cities and communities by attempting to reduce waste created in London. Number 12, responsible consumption and production by reducing material footprint and consumption through reuse. And lastly, number 13, climate action by encouraging consumers to shop locally, decreasing emissions from deliveries. And overall, the USP of DIBS is simply the full digitization and innovation of charity shops, providing a guilt-free, circular, time-efficient way to shop with a reduced carbon footprint in comparison to fast fashion next-day delivery, with helping charity shops compete in the digital landscape. Thank you so much for listening and for your interest in DIBS.
Thank you. Congratulations. Faultless. After all that nerve-wracking wait. Right, we're on to Izzy.
Hello everybody, my name is Izzy Jones and I do fashion marketing at Falmouth University. And I've investigated and formed Orin, which is a made-to-order men's engagement ring brand, which focuses on inclusivity and sustainability. To formulate my aims, due to my prior knowledge of the jewellery industry through employment, I understood that the men's engagement ring industry is an underdeveloped market and had the possibility to be explored. As times change, so do traditions, which allows for the industry to morph and adapt itself to the current audience. This first aim of the project was to understand the depth of the current men's engagement ring industry and explore its viability. I then had to consider the reasonings behind the lack of prior market entrants to direct my research focus. And once I had determined whether the market was viable to enter, I then researched a range of potential opportunities for the brand. In order to create a brand, I had to identify the demographic and an audience which the brand should target. Additionally, within the engagement ring industry, it is imperative to understand who the consumer is versus the customer, unlike the vast majority of the retail industry. Following the identified consumer demands, I investigated the possible materials and manufacturing processes that would be most sustainable for product creation. Moving on to my methodology, due to the underdevelopment of the men's engagement ring market, finding valid research was minimal. Firstly, the men's engagement ring industry, and secondly, the engagement ring industry as a whole. As a result of a symbolism of an engagement ring, statistics around their popularity and demand are not accurate, with the majority of secondary data deriving from engagement ring brands and their own personal data, which cannot be deemed totally valid. As I was exploring possible target audiences, I began to notice that the lack of available data regarding same-sex marriages. As a direct result of same-sex marriages only having been legalised 13 years ago, data had to be examined with context due to this limited time frame. This has affected the prediction of both marriages and divorce rates of same-sex couples. In order to gain viable data I could apply to my research, I conducted both a comprehensive public survey, which confirmed the demand for men's engagement rings, particularly for Gen Z men, and an industry interview with brand and CVM ambassador at Tiffany & Co, Simone Barreca. Throughout my findings, there is a clear and consistent demand for men's engagement rings, and with an increase in same-sex marriages, indicating a larger demand for men's engagement rings. Growing from this knowledge, research indicates that the men's engagement ring market is viable, and I believe should be accessed and built upon to supply men with affordable engagement ring options. There are also no direct competitors to Orin, providing a clear gap in the market. I also have identified a clear demand for elevated digital experience, and Orin as a brand could successfully launch within this blue ocean market. For my outcomes, I first of all have an app. This app, as shown, provides a personalised and intimate experience, mimicking in-store qualities, introducing product ring rotation, try-on features, ring sizing, and direct messaging to Orin's team to assist in purchases and scheduling complimentary consultations, all from the comfort of the customer's own home. Orin aims to maintain transparency, which can be seen via the app through the Your Diamond page, which holds the lab-grown stone's digital product passport and identification credentials. And then with my website, the first website, whilst highly differentiated from the Orin's app, provides a simple avenue for potential customers to browse the product range and facilitate customer direction towards email sign-ups and app downloads. And then to continue the introduction of the physical into a digitally native brand, a welcome pack has been curated for the customers whose needs cannot be met solely through the digital. The Memento box comes filled with a curated lookbook style catalogue for customers to browse the core collection, accompanied by a set of ring sizes for a library accurate ring size. And that's my brand, Orin. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace and I'm from Birmingham City University and I study fashion business and promotion. I'm going to talk to you today about my brand called Reentry. So Reentry is a community-led mental wellness athleisure brand built up of a multifunctional membership app and a confidence-led athleisure e-commerce app. The aim of Reentry is to tackle the silent struggles that athletes and retired athletes face behind closed doors and create an immersive community that encourages progressive holistic health and confidence, while also balancing sustainable relationship with mental well-being, identity and movement in a life beyond elite sports. So the idea behind Reentry initiated from my dissertation, which was centered around crisis communication and performing arts. Through this, I found wider issues in the sporting and athleisure industry and found physical and mental struggles that people, and not only retired athletes, face daily. Reentry also tackles the struggles that I experienced firsthand after leaving lifelong sport, and I know a lot of people also did. Athletes, in particular men, stay silent about the issues that they face during sport. During traditional sporting culture and stereotypes, they encourage toughness and emotional suppression. 50% of retired athletes experience mental health difficulties, including anxiety, depression, eating disorders, and identity loss after leaving sport. Some of the key findings that I found was a clear gap in the athleisure market. There was a lack of brands that were supporting athletes navigating identity loss, burnout, mental health support, and life beyond sport. In marketing and PR, there's also been a shift towards more authentic storytelling, purposeful messaging, and real life experiences. Consumers also expect a more tailored and personalized app experience, and are also looking for more meaningful brands rather than just a product itself. Media headlines and sporting headlines are always going to be in the industry. And ballet, for example, promotes extreme weight loss. Gymnastics has faced abuse scandals, and rugby often normalizes industry in hyper-masculine environments. Through consumer research, I looked at obsessive behaviors and found that 1 in 3 people experience disordered eating behaviors, which is found to be linked to calorie tracking and obsessive exercise. When looking into consumers further, I created 3 different consumers. First was a rebuilding performer, which is former elite athletes rebuilding confidence, identity, and well-being through safe restorative movement and psychological, hierarchical, and power abuse. Community seekers, these are socially driven fitness and well-being community seekers, hoping to rebuild a connection and identity and share meaningful experiences. And the wellness conscious, these are holistic wellness consumers prioritizing balance, mental well-being, self-care, and healthy lifestyle over performance culture. Then overall, my 2 outcomes for Reentry were 2 apps. Reentry Collective was the first app, and it was the purposeful backbone of the business. And this provides movement-only fitness, which tackles calorie tracking and obsessive behaviors, as well as 24/7 and one-to-one mental health support, professional and safe nutritional advice with no calorie tracking, community events, peer chat rooms, and charity partnerships. Reentry Athleisure, there was 4 core products, 3 rest and recovery range products designed for unisex, comfort, confidence, inclusivity, and everyday relaxed fits. With the fashion industry at the minute, gender neutral clothing represents the future of fashion with their relaxed and versatile fits. Finally, the outcomes for Reentry are to redefine athleisure as more than just performance metrics. It's creating a brand that combines confidence, inclusivity, and community while promoting awareness in mental health, body image pressure, and power abuse. The future of Reentry hopes to see e-commerce website, injury rehabilitation app, and a global wellness retreat events. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Ella, who has been waiting a long time. Welcome, Ella.
Before I introduce myself,
Sorry, Ella, I'm having difficulty hearing you. Can everyone else hear Ella?
No.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Do you want to just check your
No,
microphone?
the chicken salad, please, Matt.
We could hear you a little bit. You weren't on mute,
Yeah.
so I'm wondering if it's picking up an earphone somewhere or a headset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can hear that you've changed the setting, Ella, because we hear the noise, but we still can't hear you. I think Ella's going to come back when she maybe changed some changes. Right, we can hear you now, Ella, through Brenda's machine.
Is that better? Can everyone
Yes,
hear
we've
me
got
now?
you.
Yeah,
Much better, thank you.
Right.
Great teamwork, everyone.
Hello? Oh, I can't hear anything. How do I turn this on? I can't hear anything.
We can hear you, Ella.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, perfect. Perfect, thank
Great.
you. Right, so before I introduce myself, I'd like to start with a quote from my primary research interview with a buyer at Selfridges. Women are still being overlooked within streetwear. Brands keep releasing small pink versions of popular men's styles to target women. I simply have to rely on buying the smallest sizes from the men's range. Good afternoon. My name is Ella Crawford, and I'm a fashion buying and brand management student from Ravensbourne University, and I'm the founder of Unseen, the female-focused resale streetwear platform designed to solve the lack of representation women currently face within the streetwear market. At Unseen, we aim to empower females within the streetwear scene, build styling-focused shopping experiences, promote sustainable circular fashion, have sizing guides that actually help how it fits, give 100% authentic creative product, and build a community-driven platform. So to support this idea, I carried out a range of primary and secondary research methods, including customer surveys, industry interviews, focus groups, competitor analysis, and market research. This allowed me to better understand both the consumer frustrations and the wider market opportunity. One of my key findings was that over 80% of consumers I surveyed stated that they struggle with styling inspiration and knowing how to wear products, highlighting a demand for a more curated and community-led shopping experience. Additionally, many women struggle to find streetwear pieces that fit, making them feel underserved, particularly when shopping from men's categories or resale platforms that lack that detailed sizing guidance. I also found that consumers are becoming increasingly concerned about counterfeit products and want more trust and transparency when shopping resale. Lastly, many consumers are tired of that hunt, of scrolling for hours on resale sites and finding absolutely nothing. My research revealed a strong opportunity within the resale, online and app, and streetwear markets, which are all rapidly growing. In particular, the resale market is expanding 3 times faster than the first-hand fashion market due to increased demand for second-hand and sustainable fashion, creating a strong opportunity for Unseen to succeed. I identified 3 competitors for Unseen, which was Jacobs, Bounty, and Vintage Threads, which when comparing to Unseen's aims, there was a clear gap shown. Some competitors offer circular fashion and authenticity. However, Unseen combines this with a more styling-led and female-focused approach, which the competitors don't. Unseen's solution to all this is to create a female-focused resale platform that combines 100% authentic product verification with accurate fit guidance, which is shown on the screen through a size fit quiz when opening the platform to make the shopping tailored, easier, and more trustworthy. The platform would offer a curated selection of streetwear and Y2K fashion from a range of brands such as Stone Island, Coach, and Nike. Consumers would be able to browse through the styled imagery, which then they can instantly shop from, such as the red Adidas jacket shown on the screen. The scroll through curated edits allow users to discover products in a more engaging and inspirational way than a typical resale site. Alongside the online platform, Unseen would also host community-focused pop-up events where consumers could shop products in person, receive styling support, connect with others within the streetwear community. The brand would also collaborate with influencers and stylists to strengthen engagement, increase brand awareness, and create authentic connections with the consumer. In the future, the business has the potential to expand into an app-based platform and eventually into a permanent retail store in London. Financially, the business is forecasted to become profitable within year one, with sales projections calculated through average selling prices across product categories. Welcome to Unseen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That is the final presentation of the presentations for the day. Congratulations, as our slide says, to all the nominees and all the finalists. You're all winners in your own way. We're now going to slightly change the running order, and we are going to go on to the awards and the feedback. I'm going to do a quick fashion tomorrow and thank yous at the very end, but we're going to start now to look at the awards that we have seen all the presentations for since what seems quite a long time ago this morning. And we're going to ask each of our award-winning judges to give us a little feedback about each one of the groups. Not necessarily, it's entirely their choice whether it's about why the winner won or general observation or some advice or whatever. You've each got a few minutes each to talk to us and tell us what your views are on an amazing day and on your specific group of presentations. So I think the first person we would like to hear from, if she's here, all being well, is Loretta.
I think, Tony, there's been a slight change of order. So
Right.
I think we're actually expecting to hear from Honor first, from Bella
Oh, right.
Freud for International Concept.
Right.
Just because of our timings being off slightly,
Okay.
I am now populating the certificates. So if Honor would just like to say a few words just while I'm sorting the certificates out.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely.
Hi, thank you so much to all the students and all their incredible projects. It was really, really difficult to choose a final winner, even kind of choosing a finalist for this round. It was really difficult. All the decks as well were really, really impressive. I'm just going to go through in the order that I heard the presentations and just give some kind of like top line thoughts. Firstly, Samaya, I thought, if you're here, hi. I really, really, really loved how you had a really strong why, and your mission was really, really clear. Obviously, your brand is ethical and purpose driven, but it's actually more than that. It's more from like a business perspective. Any business model that you have, or any concept that you have, the why is genuinely the most important thing. It's like the golden circle theory. Why is core and central to everything. So that's what really stood out to me. That would be the driving force of kind of everything that you're doing. It felt really clear, the gap in the market as well. I feel like this is something that I've heard about as well, how a lot of brands maybe have like a diffusion line for products that make this, but there isn't really anyone taking up space for this particular, I guess, niche, if you want to call it. So that obviously has a lot of potential from a business perspective, and which is really important, especially in the economic climate that we're in. You kind of really need to have a really clear kind of vision and direction. It's definitely scalable. Obviously, it's through the lens of like your like Indian culture, but at the same time, obviously, this is an issue that's totally global. So it's really scalable product-wise as well. And your product, like your launch offer, was broad in that it kind of had, you know, different product offerings, but it was still manageable. So yeah, really excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. And then Hannah, this was incredible. Hi, this was incredible.
Thank you.
Honestly, I felt like I was reading again, like, you know, reading the the dissertation that you prepared. I felt like I was reading like McKinsey or like the BOF, like
Oh, thank you
for the
so
next
much.
year
That's such a
ahead.
compliment.
Yeah, it was
Thank
really,
you.
really, really good. Yeah, super detailed, really insightful. But the most important thing with the insight is that it's actionable.
Yes.
So yeah, tick, tick, tick. Handled all of that. You seem really attuned to the industry as well. You know, you were raising topics that people in the industry, you know, whether it's at work or podcasts or articles, like I said, all these kind of reports. It was really, really attuned and really useful. So yeah, excellent. Really, really good. Thanks so much, Hannah.
Thanks.
And Prenda, hi if you're here.
Hi.
Hi. I again, really excellent. You guys have not made it easy at all to choose. I feel like you also have like a really clear why, especially when it comes to almost the kind of education piece where you're kind of bringing you're kind of displaying how an African brand should be kind of sitting side by side with these household luxury brand names, and how, you know, it doesn't have to come from Europe to be able to be sold there. The standard and the quality will be just as good, and especially in a world, as you said, which is really valuing locally made, supporting local artisans. Things like that. I thought it was really, really well put together. I particularly loved in your deck how thoroughly you thought everything through. So to details down to merchandising strategy and like the forecast and the targets that you were going to hit, and, you know, things like that, which I don't know your background, but a lot of brand founders come from creative backgrounds, and a lot of the time they can kind of miss the financial side of things and not have like a total 360 approach. But I thought you had a complete 360 approach. You showed how it was really scalable as well, and the brand was just clear from start to finish. It felt very very integrated from start to finish. So it was really, really amazing. Clearly very, very well thought out. So yeah, thank you for sharing that as well.
Thank you.
And then I think it's pronounced Rose. I feel like I know someone who has this name. Yeah, it's pronounced Rose. Hi. I know you presented like super last minute.
Yes.
you weren't prepared for the actual presentation, so I will like predominantly base it off the documentation that you kind of shared ahead, which was honestly, it was mind-blowing. I found it so honestly just so savvy, the demo, and how you have it on like iPhone or, you know, smartphone, and then also the laptop version, and you're kind of, I was like following the whole process. It was, yeah, really, really impressive. Really, really, really impressive. Very savvy. It obviously is extremely innovative and relevant, to the point where I was like, why haven't we done this already? But it's, yeah, a really, really good idea. I think with this, what was really clear to me is really strong investment potential. At the moment, I don't know how much you know about kind of like investors and this kind of world when launching a business, but at the moment, this kind of tech and AI is very it is an area that still has a lot of funding when a lot of areas are kind of losing out on funding. So it's really smart in that way as well. I mean, I don't know if that's your intention or if you're genuinely just interested in tech and all these things, but it's a smart direction to go down. In terms of, yeah, having investment and things. It's obviously a good business model in terms of just economically, because you're bringing in different businesses in terms of like Google Maps, but also the individual kind of local businesses as well. So there is about 1 million one ways that this could be like lucrative and turn a profit like quite easily, even if it's just through ads. You know, there's a lot to do there. And yeah, it feels really scalable, and the community building element and the aesthetic element is just very current. So yeah, really amazing. So yeah, like I said, it was so difficult. Everyone just did so well. It was not easy to choose from, not only the presentations but also the kind of like decks and documents that everyone sent ahead. But I would say, and like I said, it was not easy at all. The person, or I guess the concept, to me felt not necessarily only the most scalable, but the most kind of thought out in terms of how it kind of is across all regions, and from my perspective, so internationally scalable, but scalable in terms of the actual business as well. And from my perspective, the most important thing that you will need when kind of like launching any kind of business or anything, as I said, is the why. And I see there being a really clear niche and gap in the market, which will just make it a lot easier when you're not kind of distracted with all the noise, is Samaya's project. So congratulations. As I said, it was not an easy decision to make, but the why and the gap in the market is really important. So yeah, congratulations and thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Ona. Have a great weekend. Thank you for all
Thank
your
you so
time
much.
and the
Of
wonderful
course.
feedback and all the care that you've taken. And thank you again.
Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Speak to you guys later.
Thank you, Anna. Just before anyone leaves the call, please, for my sake and everyone else's, please click leave instead of end the meeting. Just a really important thing, just in case anyone is leaving. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, and congratulations. Brilliant.
Right. Who is next, Adam? Or Loretta, or Lucy, or Sylvia?
So hoping for Loretta to join us.
I'm clearly not Loretta, but unfortunately, Loretta is caught up in a meeting and she has emailed me over a statement. So please do bear with me because this is the first time that I'm reading through this one. Gosh, this is so hard every year. On behalf of the industry.fashion, I would like to sincerely apologise for not being able to attend this part of the AFBE Awards. It was a real honour for us to sponsor the Student Innovation Award and to have the opportunity to review the incredible work submitted by such talented students. The standard of work was exceptionally high, filled with originality, innovation and bold creative thinking. We were genuinely so impressed by the calibre of ideas and passion demonstrated through the entries. Choosing a winner was an incredibly difficult decision because every submission brought something unique, inspiring and thought-provoking to the table. The creativity, professionalism and vision shown by the students is a true reflection of the exciting future of the fashion and creative industries. Congratulations to all the finalists and winners. You should be immensely proud of your achievements. Your work has been inspiring to witness, and we look forward to seeing where your creativity takes you next. Based on the criteria of true innovation that I feel has the ability to be rolled out more widely, This wasn't the one I was expecting to go for, but they were so articulate and presented so well. I think this is something brands will want to get on board with, and not just consumers. It has applications beyond sensitive skin. People with neurodiversity often struggle with clothes, and it would be great to analyse clothing suitable for certain activities such as sport. I can see women in menopause wanting to find clothing that will keep them cool, etc. And it has real legs. I think that was a pun, by the way. It was beautifully and logically presented too. But before I announce the winner, I do want to big up Neil for restarting his career and wanting to be part of positioning Manchester as the home of sustainable fashion. That was hugely inspiring too. Okay, so the winner is Ria.
Marvellous, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so do we go to congratulations, and do we go, Lucy is next.
Hi guys. First of all, thank you. Hiya. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me here. It was
time and everything.
It was absolutely fantastic viewing the work. I said a lot of feedback earlier actually, so I'll keep it a little bit more generalised for now. But looking at the projects in their full form and all the submissions that were sent over to me, I was really, really impressed with the overall standard. It was quite a tough choice to narrow it down to the 4 that we had today, and all 4 of you did a fantastic job of presenting. I thought you spoke beautifully. I thought you had pulled together, condensing that volume of work that I saw in the submissions to one slide is quite some doing. So I thought that was incredible today that you managed to get that level of information across on one small slide. I thought your slides held all the right information that was needed. I think every single one of you had clearly done so much extensive research and understood your markets or your focuses or your subject matter really, really well. So I was really impressed with that. And as I say, you delivered that information across to us all, which must be super nerve-wracking really well. It was tough to choose a winner. I did and ah a little bit, I'm not going to lie, but the person I've chosen to go with was, I thought, down to the fact that I thought your presentation on your slide was super concise and super easy to digest. I thought that the information was very easy to follow even without your voice, and I think that's really important when you're presenting something to someone, that it's tangible and it's understandable without your voice. I thought the research laid out was really clear. I thought it was a really clearly identified gap in a market, in a super saturated market, and I could see that there was clear research to support the need for it. The fact that the overall kind of business had been so well thought through in terms of scalability, in terms of structure, and so on, was really commendable. So, and it's actually a business I could see aligning with the business I work for, and something I thought I could see sitting quite nicely here at Next. So the winner for me is Amy.
Perfect, thank you.
You're really welcome. But you all
you.
did amazing. But Amy, I just totally understood it, and I totally could see all the logic in it and all the rationales behind it and the need for it. And I just thought, wow, that's some clever thinking.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Lucy, and thank you for your introduction about your job, explaining how unglamorous doing back-to-back shoots all day is.
Yeah, don't be deceived by the glossy pictures, guys.
Have a good weekend.
And you, take care.
Thank you. Right. Is Sylvia here next?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, hi again. Thank you so much to the students for the submissions. They were incredibly good. The level of creativity and ambitious was impressive. So, well, I already shared my feedback before, so I'm gonna keep it very short. I decided to take Katie forward because I think she's the one who could benefit the most from the award. And I think it's really important that she's like interrogating what does sustainable consumption looks like in a digital wardrobe. Very important voice in a really good project that we made. And I think also the research and the understanding of the market was very like just like an abstract idea. So yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Thank you for your time and your input, and hope to see you again next year, and have a good weekend. Phaedra.
Hi all. Congratulations again to everyone, and I'm again super duper inspired by everything that I've heard. So for this one as well, I mean, I loved every single idea, and I was almost swayed. I actually chose my winner kind of beforehand, and then I was almost swayed by all the really great research that everyone's done, and of course you know, the passion that everyone's put into everything, and you know, you can really tell that it's something that's very dear to each of the students that spoke within the creative category, but ultimately I did choose this one winner because I do see, for example, although some may argue that the current market is a little saturated, the fact that this particular person went in and thought of a solution is backed by you know, research. It's something that I felt myself. I think that this would do very well, especially because I've seen the rise of this current market as of lately. I think it's always something that's going to be in need, for sure, because I don't want to say too much without giving it away too much. But again, like I said, fantastic ideas within the entire category. I think you know, just hearing everyone, it really has not only inspired me, but it's definitely kind of put a little bit of fire within me myself, and I'm thinking, okay, what can I create next? But the winner that I have selected for this, and I think she's very deserving of this, is Ariana.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're very
welcome. Thank you, Phaedra, for all your time and input during the day, for all the support that you've given us, and have a wonderful weekend, and join us next year.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I would love to join again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. One of the Lauras, Laura Davidson or Laura Tracy? Laura Tracy. Hello, Laura.
Looks to me, Tony, like Laura hasn't found her way into this meeting, into this session.
All right.
Whoever, we have our academics that are working with our industry partners. Has anyone heard from Laura, the person who's been looking after
her? I'm just waiting to hear back from Laura now.
Right, fine. Okay. So we've got Laura Davidson, Claire Hartley, or Craig Crawford. Who's next? Claire Hartley, lovely. Hello, Claire.
Happy to go next. Thank you very much for having me. Honestly, it was a pleasure and a privilege to watch so many students. I thought I'd only just dial in for my part, but I actually watched them all. So congratulations to everyone. They were really, really great. And in terms of the Sustainability Award, I think that all of the students really tackled real industry problems, and they were all unique. And all 4 of these issues are things that we have discussed within our department on how to tackle. So I think, yeah, all very, very relevant with you know, overproduction, with resale, with repair, and with a customization and on-demand manufacturing. So super strong. It was really, really difficult. And I actually was about to text my manager to say, can we have 2? But I think that he would have been a bit frustrated with me. So I thought, okay, we just have to pick one. And yeah, the winner is Rebecca Mason from Nottingham Trent. And yeah, as for the others, like really super strong, and please, yeah, keep going with all your ideas because they were so good. Yeah, so there only could be one.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And well done, Rebecca. And I'm looking forward to meeting you when you come to see us.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And Claire, thank you so much. I know you've been here since the beginning, through thick and thin. Thank you so much for your time, and also for your input and support for all the students, and have a wonderful weekend.
You too, guys. Thanks so much. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Right. Craig or Laura Davidson?
I'm here. I'm happy to go next.
Craig, you're on.
This was, as everyone has said, this was very difficult. And being an entrepreneur and just closing a fundraising round and knowing what investors are looking for. So in previous years, we have sponsored the Social Purpose Award. As you may know, Differently Enabled, we create clothing with and for people who are living with disability. And having gone through a funding round and successfully closed that, it was quite exciting to be looking at all of you from an entrepreneurial perspective, and all of the ideas were very good. Grace, I want to say your strong understanding of the community, how your app connects people, is just incredible, and I would really encourage you to continue to build that. Elise, you know, you understand the Gen Z shopping, you understand the importance of resale and charity, and being able to find that. You also talked about giving analytics back to the charities, and I thought that was just unbelievably incredible. Izzy, you know, identifying a gap in the market, your try-on features, even the digital product passport, I also thought, and it was very elegant and very beautiful, everything you had done. But I have to say, Ella Crawford from Unseen, to me, you, from an entrepreneurial perspective, are the winner. You understand the market. You're curating resale. The fact that you had a quote from, you know, a buyer saying everything's in pink, but we have to rely on buying small men's. So you understood your competition. You clearly identified the market, and I think investors would be very interested in working with you, because you got the why, you got the how to fix it. And so congratulations, Ella. And I also want to tell everyone here, we are not related. And I just realized my camera wasn't on. I am so sorry. I did all of that with my camera off. I'm so sorry, everyone. I didn't realize that I had that off. But anyway, well done, well done. And I hope each of you continue to nurture and grow your product and what you're doing, because you're all very terrific. And anyway, congratulations, Ella. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much, Craig, and congratulations to Ella. Thank you, Craig, for dealing with our slight technical hiccup, and for your time and commitment to us all. And have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Right. Who else is around? Who have we've not had now?
I'm here.
Oh, sorry.
We're rushing in now. So I'm here for the AI award, if we want to do that next, or happy to.
That'd be wonderful, Laura.
Myself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me just get my notes. To echo what everyone else has said, I mean, I think, yeah, I was absolutely blown away by the standard, and was frantically messaging the person that brought me on to judge this, because I just thought it was absolutely excellent. I mean, look, Georgie, wonderful presenter, outstanding. I thought very warm, very engaging. It was brilliant to see the ideal came from like real life, from her experience, and the commercial insight and the understanding of the customer was just absolutely exceptional. Really brilliant targeted research. I thought, you know, great application of that into very practical solutions. I thought that was excellent. I think Phoebe, again, outstanding on the research, very, very detailed. I'm tapping into something that's a very live problem for marketers, and I thought that was exceptionally good. Really clear and simple on the how. It's quite a complex topic. I thought that just really boiled it down brilliantly. And I felt sort of truly answered the question that you'd set around a sort of compelling vision and wider social benefit. Jess, also excellent, like completely different thinking, which I loved. Very different way of thinking about the beauty industry and the benefits that it could bring, and this sort of whole idea on sort of beauty and wellness, but not through the pure product lens, using AI to really tap into how people are feeling and the sort of emotion around that. So very, very strong, and sort of debated quite hard. But I think in terms of the brief, for me, Phoebe, I felt, was the person that most accurately sort of answered the question. So Phoebe Hawksley, I think when I reflected on, you know, the brief around, you know, truly tapping into that sort of ethical consideration piece and really thinking about sort of AI in the broader sense, that for me was just an exceptional presentation. So well done to all three, but congratulations to Phoebe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Phoebe. And thank you so much, Laura, for your time and your commitment to everything. Have a wonderful weekend. Right. Are we now on to Zoe representing somebody else?
I can represent Primark, Laura at Primark, for social purpose.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Bear with me a second. So she sends her apologies, Laura, as she can't be here. Work commitments have meant that it's a struggle for her. But she was really pleased and really happy to see all the student projects, and really, again, blown away by quality of the work that you guys had submitted. Very aware, and she was really sorry that Abby couldn't continue to present her work. So she did want me to pass on her comments that she should be really proud of what she'd done, as should all of you that were put forward for awards. I think she was really positive about every student project that she saw, much like all the other industry speakers that we've had sharing. In terms of the winner of the award for social purpose, the winner was Sophie Whaley. She said the feedback, it was an excellent presentation, really impressive. She loved the style and the use of a colourful theme. Her thoughts on the concept, she loved it. And the fact that you'd used real life experiences as well to bring everything to life was really positive. I think she thought, as many of the other students stated as well, that you used a variety of sources of information. It was really evident how much you'd researched in particular. And it was really food for thought, she thought, of how we need to think more about accessibility and focused on adaptability. It's such an important topic, and one that she was really passionate about, hence, you know, why they wanted to support this award in the first place. So yeah, wanted you to know you should be really proud of the project. She was really blown away by it as well. So well done to Sophie.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Super
Well
welcome.
done, Sophie. Thank you, Zoe, for stepping in.
No worries.
And that concludes all our awards. Thank you very, very much indeed, everybody. Congratulations to all the 2026 winners and finalists. And we are almost on some kind of strange time that we've made up.
We've been very efficient, Tony. We are on schedule, so we can go back to your second keynote if you'd like.
So I am going to share in the hope that it'll work and see what it does. Right. Okay. Right. Is that all right? Can you see that?
Yeah, we've got it, Tony.
Right. So I've spoken about where we sort of are, and I'm going to whiz through in as fast a time as possible some thoughts about the future. Right now, fashion has a problem with size, age, colour and price attitudes. AI told me that a 60-year-old Jamaican woman can only shop for clothes at market stalls. AI told me that a woman of 25 who was a size 20 can only shop online. And AI told me that a 75-year-old woman on a budget should shop at charity shops. So it provides us with a certain food for thought about what direction fashion is heading into all these people that are sidelined or not part of consideration as far as fashion is concerned. And I think all the presentations today have shown us that actually thought and accountability and a narrative that is not the same one is where an awful lot of the next generation are looking. It's about fighting. It's about, it's about craft versus mass production, about the establishment versus the new, about petite versus grand, local versus global. It's this fight between the two halves of fashion. And I chose this Imam kind of warrior kind of thing, is that if fashion is a business that we love, then it's worth fighting for. Higher and higher prices, limited editions, less is more. Where is this leading? Gurram Gavasalia openly shared that if a retail buyer requested 100 units of a garment, Vetmans would intentionally supply short. No reproduction or reorders once an item sold out. And there's a certain amount of this. When I went to the Dior pop-up at Selfridges a few weeks ago, they pointed out that one delivery of everything was all they were stocking. And price points at luxury are now exorbitant. They are out of most people's ranges. So this book bag, which is basically canvas, is £3,000, and this bag charm from Dior is £750. So what is the customer who's got £3,000 looking at this bag for? What's interesting is that it works lower down in many ways. Zara's core business model, instead of producing massive bulk quantities, intentionally drops small limited edition runs. This means there's less waste, less markdown, and there's certainly less stuff hanging around in the stores. So there's good and bad. What is the future for young designers? It costs a huge amount to show. To put onto the established calendar is absolutely exorbitant. But there are brilliant things helping young people in the industry, with New Generation in London, LVMH Awards, Amir Awards, and so on. There are lots and lots of plans. Without those, it would be even more difficult. But there are opportunities and there are possibilities, and we need to look for them. And it's also interesting that I've just had to write up the whole of Cannes Film Festival, and there were lots of different names as well as the big houses. So this is Self-Portrait in London, dressing Demi Moore. They're a small couture house established over a decade, but this opportunity where the stylist and the star has said, I don't need to have another luxury house that everybody's seen. I will go for someone different. And this a wonderful dress that Amanda wore, which was by Willie Chavaria, again, an American designer, not necessarily a name on everyone's lips, even with the Zara collaboration, but something different. Cultural inspiration is becoming more and more important, and we've seen that throughout the day. Narrative remains vital to success, sales, and profile. And cultural appropriation has been replaced by cultural appreciation. So Spanish Vogue Vogue España looks to its own culture, just as Vogue India and Indian designers look to their culture. Size. European clothing sizes have inflated over the last decade due to vanity sizing. A size 14 or 14 years ago, or 10 years ago, is physically smaller than a modern day equivalent. So think about what happens if you are not on Ozempic and a size 8. Real fashion for real people, is it impossible? Olivia Palermo, okay, she's amazing looking and so on, but she's 40, she's not 25. And women's wear targeting larger brands, targeting different styles, competitive advantages, different sizing, all these things are being talked about. And oddly enough, AI is promoting a lot of these things when you go onto them to show that they are new directions for business. Targeting women over 60 is an increasingly lucrative strategy, and this is all Marks and Spencer's. Globally, women aged 18 to 24 are the largest consumer group, driving the purchase of hyper-trendy fashion, which is micro-trends. But Vogue has announced that micro-trends are dead. Long live the vibe. If you can understand that, good luck. Craft and skills remain at the heart of luxury, but are more and more important in all fashion products. The creation of an iconic Max Mara coat is 100 production phases. Now, Max Mara isn't cheap, but it's certainly not in the topmost luxury bracket. So people are looking at finish and quality. And again, back to people like Zara, there are quite limited edition party things at Christmas that are clearly quite beautifully made, but there's not a lot of them. Designers like Ronald van der Kemp, who use entirely recycled, upcycled, repurposed fabrics, but at couture level. So the idea of how we can use stuff. And back to size, age, and so on, casting in shows has deteriorated in the last 12 months, so that Dolce & Gabbana were particularly lambasted for their male casting. It's important to understand who the population of the world is and who your customers are, which is why that was Vogue Brazil and this is Vogue Philippines. And as I've said before, Vogue España and Vogue India are looking at their clients. This is from Vogue Australia. So what have I got to say at the end? Check your facts, check the fake news. Don't rely on any one thing. Look at fashion and enjoy it, and make a career in it by understanding that you have to keep changing, you have to keep moving, and fashion will always be moving with us. So that's the end of my quick flash through. Stop sharing and pop my camera on for 5 minutes. I have just a few special thanks. A huge heartfelt thanks to all the students involved as nominees and finalists. You're all winners in a way. All the academics from participating universities, both the lecturers and staff, and also any of the technical staff, anyone else who was helping you, and also your friends. I noticed there was quite a lot of friendship going on of people presenting together. Inspiring industry sponsors and speakers, not just for putting their names to it, but giving their time, their commitment, their voice, and sharing their expertise. For Harriet, who was our specialist speaker, to Adam Shaw, who did an amazing job in retrieving us in the middle of disaster, and to everyone for asking me to be part of it. And finally, have a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much indeed.
Congratulations, everyone. You did a fantastic job.